as a landlord, we're obligated to run our buildings, address emergency repairs, unplanned, landlord obligations, right? And what happens is sometimes the funds needed to do those things, we're competing with the funds needed to turn the units over. So in the past, decisions would be made that a unit might require a lot of work to get it turned over. Why won't we just pause that so we can focus on other things that were more critical at that particular point in time? But the problem is, you can imagine, even if you defer 4 or 5 units a month, over time you create this backlog, and that's exactly what's happened in this situation. So we not only did we create a backlog in terms of the number, but we created a backlog in terms of the value of the cost of those repairs, because the ones that they chose to defer were always the higher ticket price ones. So with some support from the City of Hamilton, we had I think an investment of $3.7 million. And then we also tapped into our own reserves for $1.9 million, and we really focused on reducing that backlog. At any given time, we try not to have more than 2% of our stock in a vacancy turnover process.
So that's a goal for you on an ongoing basis.
Right.
So 2% is low.
It is
Sounds
low.
low.
It is low because you have to remember, like every month, just to give you a sense of the pace, 40 to 50 units become vacant. So people move out, or they pass away, or for whatever reason the unit becomes vacant. So there's always an attritional element to this work. If we can keep that attritional vacancy down to 2%, which is about a little under 150 units, which is in the neighborhood where we are. I think we're more like 170 right now. But that's an acceptable number. That is in line with the sector. That is in line, like, across the province with our colleagues across the province. That's in line with the CMHC vacancy rates for this area. So now we're on par with what the rental sector is seeing, and I think that speaks volumes to our commitment. We certainly can't be at 9% during a housing crisis. So, and again, our rent, the revenue from our rentals funds about 2/3 of our revenue. So we're not
really?
strictly
I
a
didn't realize
taxpayer
that.
funded.
Okay.
So there is value for money that we have to honor in terms of the taxpayer funded subsidy that we get, but also the revenue that the tenants are putting into this. They deserve to see these communities full, vibrant, and operating.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So Sean, thinking about your long-term strategy next, I'd love to know more about that strategy and how it's designed to make sure that marginalized folks who are affected can access housing.
No, that's great. That's an important question. I mean, all of those are. Our board really drove us to move from sort of an ad hoc process that was opportunistic to moving towards like a planned, very thoughtful, long-term pursuit of excellence in housing. So what we've done is created a plan that we're calling Future Foundations. And this is a long-term strategy, so 20-year horizon, but it's a near and mid-term action plan. So it focuses on really tangible actions over the next decade. And it moves us to a place where, we've built 7 buildings in 7 years. We've ramped up development, and it's been great. But the reality is we could be building a building every week and, for a decade, and then we're starting to really address this. So we need to find a way to scale. So this plan lays out the framework for how we actually scale. So we kind of think of it as the machinery to develop at scale. And what we're targeting at first is 900 units over that decade, which in some ways is modest. It's a huge number, but it's modest compared to what we could do if there was further support. So we know we can do around 900. If government came in and provided adequate supports, it could be multiples that. So the plan lays out a way for us to achieve potentially multiples in the thousands of unit delivery, and we've shown that we can do it with our track record so far. And to give you a sense of, we are 20% of all the rental housing in the city. We're half of the purpose-built affordable housing. So our scale is quite large. So it's, if we were to just aim to keep up with the proportion of units we are in the city, we would need to even build more than that 900, right? Like that's maybe, that's not even 10% of what's needed annually, for us to achieve it. So there's a lot of housing need. We have a plan to address it in part, but it's a solution. We need solutions from all across the spectrum.
Great. All right, we'll take a quick commercial break, everyone. Thanks for joining us, and we'll come back to talk more with City Housing Hamilton.
Hamilton is a city best understood from the street, and today we're seeing it from the front seat. Join me as we ride along with Police Chief Frank Bergen to talk leadership, public safety, and the city he has spent a career serving. Buckle up.
I felt really alone when John died, and the United Way program really, I reached out to them and they just really helped me feel less alone and helped me feel validated in my grief, which has been tremendously helpful during a time when I've never felt so alone in my life.
Hi, I'm Sarah Matsusha with Hamilton Community Foundation, and this is Vital Signs. Thanks for joining us. We're talking today about affordable housing with Adam Sweetland and with Sean Botham from City Housing Hamilton. All right, so questions for you. Adam, my next question around CHH. I heard the term as tenant-centered. That's how you define yourself. What does that mean, and what does that, how does that impact your work, both from a philosophical point and also the way that you put that into practice?
It's great. I really appreciate that question. It's something I could probably talk about forever. But in off-camera, we were talking a little bit about the legal status of City Housing Hamilton, and I mentioned that we're not a profit-motivated corporation, but we are motivated by the well-being of our tenants and our communities, and that's something that really does drive our work. So, removing that profit target allows us to really focus on what is best for our tenants and our communities. That's something that we do. Sean earlier talked a bit about the strategic lens that is being imparted in City Housing Hamilton on the development side, but we're doing that across the organization. So even though I have to say this up front, I would define City Housing staff as always being tenant-centered, putting people first, putting their tenants first. But we don't remind them of that enough, that they do that great work. So one of our strategic plans of this year, or strategic actions, was called our Tenants First Refresh Plan. And what that was really intended to do was to almost reaffirm our culture as being one of putting tenants first in everything that we do. Also, we made the decision to create a tenant advisory committee that would allow us to really make sure that the tenant voices and perspectives are incorporated into our decision-making framework. And then lastly, we really looked at all of our resources through a tenant lens. So what is the impact of how we have our current resources allocated? Does it make sense? Can we do a better job? And what are tenants telling us about what those buildings look like? So that tenant first, the tenant advisory committee is called the Tenants First Team, and it's 9 to 12 tenants, I think it's about 12 now, really engaged tenants from across the organization, different demographics, who are there to provide us with their feedback, help us co-develop policies and procedures, help us identify where the priorities are. When we have limited funding to invest, where will it make the most impact from a tenant perspective? So we're really doing that work right now. And so that I think we'll be able to move from professing a tenant-centered world into espousing that people's first outcome.
That's great. It sounds like it's very community-centered then, which is another way to say tenant-centered, and making sure that those voices really have decision-making opportunities. Yeah, that's great. Sean, with the recent revamp at City Housing Building, I've heard about eliminating the use of property managers, which is commonplace at most buildings. So what has been the feedback so far from community?
Oh, no, that's a great question. I mean, our tenants, and Adam, you can chime in on this, if, you know it very well, but our tenants have really appreciated the presence on site. So we've deployed additional staff. I mean, this is part of the strategy, get additional staff and ensure that they're out on site engaging with tenants. And one of the cool things we've done is sort of divide the services in terms of like the people and the building. So it just allows greater focus for our staff in delivering those services. And then when they're there on site, it provides those opportunities for staff and tenants to engage.
And Sarah, if I could add a little bit to that, really we wanted deploy as much resources back to the front lines. And so tenants are going to see that there's more staff in their communities, which we think provides many different benefits. One, obviously you're seeing more staff, and that's a great sign. Two, it provides like a passive security aspect to it. More staff in our building tends to defer poor behaviors, tends to defer sort of unauthorized entry, but also keeps our vendors accountable. It allows us to be more proactive in identifying and addressing issues. So that was a really big part of the revamp. The property manager role, what we were finding was becoming a little bit too stale in terms of what it was able to accomplish. It had become a role that was increasingly asked to do a lot more with the same amount of resources, and they were just losing focus. And it's nobody's fault. It's not the fault of the hardworking staff. It was just we weren't setting them up for success. So that's the decision was made to take that role and redistribute those responsibilities across new, refreshed roles that would be stationed in our buildings to help sort of reinvigorate, I guess, the service level at the front line.
That's a helpful distinction. So rather than having it all that responsibility for care and service on one person
Correct.
or one role, you'd spread that out across different staff so they can do many things and probably more services and resources than just one single role.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. So Adam, for partnerships, I want to talk about the partnerships. How important are they for CHH, and how do you work with your partners?
Yeah, I mean, we have many partners. It's a very important part of our work, right from the partners who help provide supports to our tenants. We work with local vendors, local shops, local agencies to provide food security, to provide different services to our tenants, particularly in our seniors buildings, for example. We also work with other nonprofits such as Habitat for Humanity, who help us with some of our vacant unit turnovers. In turn, they get to retain a volunteer base, and it works for their organization as well. We've worked with Mohawk College and even Humber College on different initiatives. So it's really a fundamental part. We in fact have a team called Partnership Development and Tenant Engagement. So it's a team that really seeks to sort of nurture and develop those partnerships. But it's also really important on the development side, and I think maybe I'll ask Sean to chime in on that part of it if you feel
that's
comfortable
great.
doing that, because you're doing some great work with partners on that side.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. Yeah, I mean, partnerships can take so many forms. I mean, on the service side, Adam, articulated it. I mean, there's a million ways that we're supporting our tenants, but in terms of like the development and the redevelopment perspective, obviously you can think of like these large-scale projects where you've got private sector partners. We've done a couple of those and had successes in layering in affordability, partnering with, all different types of partners that can bring their own financial backing and skill set. So those are great types of partnerships, but we're also looking for, of course, our federal and other levels of government partners to support the work. But one piece that we're really working hard on is being ready for this Build Canada Homes program and nurturing and developing the relationships with public institutions, private sector partners who have land, who have sort of like a pipeline of approvals, say, as well as sometimes there's companies that are integrated. They both develop and construct and can uniquely deliver projects at scale. So we're not announcing anything today, but we are working hard on establishing relationships with all sorts of potential partners at this point. And we look forward to actually, sharing more in the next couple of months about, where we're at in that journey and how we're going to work together to scale, because you can do more together. So that's the goal.
Absolutely. We'll have you back for that
Awesome.
conversation.
Awesome.
Part 2. I want to hear more about that. So my last question for you both. This is a big one.
Okay.
And it's a simple question, but not a simple answer, I'm sure. So what would it look like to solve the affordable housing crisis in Hamilton?
Wow, that's a great question. Certainly, as you said, not a simple answer. Look, at the end of the day, I think that what has to happen at some point in time is that there needs to be a transformational level of collaboration between all orders of government. And I'll say something that maybe as a government-owned or agency, I shouldn't say, but the reality is all orders of government have made many decisions over the years that are based on facts in the time, at that particular time, but collectively those decisions haven't solved this problem. In fact, in many cases, they've contributed to this. I think the need to get all of the orders of government at the table is really important. The need to get within those orders of government a higher level of collaboration is also important. Thinking about provincially our healthcare system and our housing system, which are not aligned, which do not speak together. And when you look at the encampment problem that we have in Hamilton, the mental health issues that are fueling some of that, that is a fundamental part of a solution. I'm very grateful to live and work in the city of Hamilton, where we have a council that is doing everything that it can do. And it saddens me to know that they could do so much more if the federal government and the provincial government were stepping up in a different way.
So a call out. Yes.
Call out.
Call out. Thank you. Thank you. Sean?
No, I mean, it's an important question. I'm glad you asked it. I think of it this way. It's, it's a multifaceted crisis. So solutions are necessarily going to be complex. And maybe another way of saying it is like, no single issue brought us to this place, and so there's no single solution to it. But with that said, I think everyone, has a role to play, every organization, and I think for us, when we've looked at our assets, we looked at our position in the market, we looked at our capabilities in terms of development, I think we're trying to find what our role is, and I think it's delivering non-market housing at scale. We have a considerable amount, and that's what we can bring to the table, the ability to develop land, to own it and steward it for the public good. And I mean, when you think of housing for vulnerable folks, we totally need to do that, but we also have huge segments of the market where folks aren't finding what they need, the product that they need. And part of that is a mismatch between profitability for those who are owning and operating it. And this is where a public entity, like our organization, it's a business, but it's publicly owned, so social purpose can deliver in that gap. So I think, everyone will have their own way that they can help. And for us, it's this scaling non-market housing. It will stabilize communities, which in turn supports families in thriving.
Great. Thank you for answering that question. Well, that's our time for today. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to our guest, Adam Swedlin, Sean Botham from City Housing Hamilton. I'm Sarah Matsusha with Hamilton Community Foundation. Thanks so much for joining us today. You can watch this show and our previous shows on Cable 14, and you can learn more about us at hamiltonvitalsigns.ca. Thanks again for joining us.
we're seeing it from the front seat. Join me as we ride along with Police Chief Frank Bergen to talk leadership, public safety.
However, I figured this was a good opportunity because it's new and because I was able to get my hands on one to open up an Avatar: The Last Airbender collector's booster box.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mark Levine, retired medical oncologist and breast cancer researcher. I'm also one of the founders of the Bright Run. I would love it if you joined us on Saturday, September 12th at Christie Lake Conservation Area for our 19th annual Bright Run. Help us fund critical breast cancer research right here in Hamilton. Visit brightrun.ca for more information.
The Frontline returns Friday at 6:30 right here on Cable 14. I'll be sitting down with the chiefs of fire, paramedics, and police, and from time to time, some special guests to educate and inform you of what's going on in our city. Make sure you join us on Cable 14 or cable14.com. Again, Friday at 6:30.
Today, a complete shocker from the Hamilton Cardinals.
The team announced the biggest signing in inter-county baseball history.
Making his walk out of the left field bullpen for the Cardinals is the former World Series champion. This is one of those surreal moments as a broadcaster.
So what are your plans for this offseason?
The biggest changes the league has ever seen.
As the London Majors will celebrate a first-round series win, 3-1. They defeat the Hamilton Cardinals, and they're moving on even closer to an IBL championship.
I think that kind of set a fire under a lot of us in terms of, prep for next year, what we can do better next year, but just to don't let that happen again, kind of thing.
There's not a guy in this room who didn't give us everything he had when we asked him to. You guys have nothing to be ashamed about or sad about. This is the way the game is. But I want to say this, I'm going to walk out, but I want to say this before I go. I love you guys.
Love you, Larry. Love you, Larry. Thanks, Larry.
It's always like a bittersweet time. The guys take a long time to leave the locker room, and me and Larry are hanging around, and Larry always jokes that he needed some time to mourn the season. Sometimes the players talk about that, and we did take some time. I don't know, maybe it was a couple days, 3 or 4 days, and then we started reaching out to the players to do exit interviews. Larry and I were talking every day. So there was a day or two, I didn't hear back from him. And then I got a phone call from Larry's daughter. She told me that he was in the hospital. And I think it was the next morning that she called me again. And I remember, she said, he didn't make it through surgery. And what always gets me is when she told me that before he went into surgery, I was the only one that he said to call. So that always gets me. We gotten so close to Larry because he had known everything about the Cardinals, and he was really I want to say a security blanket, but he was always there, Larry is the type of person that he would tell me how it is, no matter what.
That was a big shock to all of us. I mean, I know everyone on that team who knew Larry, who knew him well. He was our dad. We all kind of just thought Larry's the man and he's gonna live forever kind of deal.
He's been around for so long now, I just figured he would be here, until I'm even done playing my career.
With Larry not there, it did feel for me, it was a huge void. George took the other job and, you know, now you don't have Larry. Like, those were two big voices in the room. They knew the league, knew the player side. Like, that's knowledge like I don't have at all. You know, so I had to kind of look at this as like a blank canvas. And in a way, like, not having Larry, it's like, now what? It's like a blank canvas. And like, the only thing I knew how to do was like, okay, I'm gonna put my head down and try to apply myself a little bit more on the player side and figure out, we gotta fix this problem and like, you know, do it for Larry, like do it for the health of the organization. But I didn't really have anybody to check me. I'm just gonna try to proceed the best way that I can. And that was like building an actual process for the baseball operations. The league had changed the rule. We're allowed to bring in a 5th import. Bernardo was retiring. We had now 2 spots to fill. We had planned on making a trip to Dominican, and I thought Larry was even gonna come with us. And so we went down to the Dominican. We brought Tyler, we brought Tanner, we brought Creeley, and Sophie came down as well. But part of that, I was trying to show Tyler and Tanner, like, okay, there's a new process here, guys.
La temporada pasada le comenté a Eri de que yo podía hacerle un tryout allá en Dominicana, conseguirle reclutar a algunos muchachos jóvenes.
We were staying at a hotel like maybe 20 minutes from San Pedro, and San Pedro is like known as the baseball capital of the world. That's where Luis lives. And we were holding this tryout at Jose Cano's baseball academy, which Jose Cano, I mean, he's been a well-renowned coach with the Dominican Republic. He's played in the majors, but his son, Robinson Cano, you know, is a Hall of Famer. Like, he's gonna go down as one of the best Yankees of all time.
You know, Robinson Cano was there hitting BP, getting ready for his season. We were like, what? Like, Robinson Cano's here, like, that's crazy. And then, you know, he kind of came over, took a picture with us. He was like, hey, what you guys are doing is awesome, getting our guys out of here, getting to play in Canada, we love that. Tons of people came out for it, so it was crazy to see those guys, man. They're all freak athletes. They could play on any team here, so it was cool. We kind of picked who we thought would fit, you know, not just talent, like would fit in with the Cardinals and what we stand for and all that.
Those guys are insane. Like, there's a reason that they're the baseball capital of the world, and it's, I mean, you see it. Like, every single one of them has the most incredible hands, all big bats. Like, that's what they live and breathe, and you can see it, and you can 100% tell.
Fue un evento muy emocionante, o sea, hubieron muchísimos muchachos con talento, de poder venir aquí y jugar, con hambre, con deseo de seguir jugando el béisbol y seguir echando para adelante.
We just felt so comfortable there and so welcomed. And we took the field and set up the TrackMan. It's an expensive piece of gear to get baseball analytics. Gave it to Creeley and Duncan. We set it up right behind the catcher. And we just started watching, you know, pitchers throw. And next thing you know, it's like 95 miles per hour.
Like, every guy there was just threw so hard, like 95, 95, 95. We were all just like, holy cow, I wish we could take them all, you know? They were so good.
I think one of us yelled to Bernardo, hey, Poppy, like, this guy just threw 95. And he yells back, they all throw 95.
So it's hard to pick and choose which ones kind of fit what we stood for and who would fit in with our team and all that. If some guys didn't work out, didn't fit in well, that's the hard thing to know, right? How they're gonna groove with everybody. So yeah, we kind of found our guys and then brought them down.
Traditionally, the way that these import decisions have been made, and this is my observation the past couple of years, you get emails from players that are looking for a spot. They tend to maybe be a little bit older, that are, you know, they may have families, they're just trying to continue their career. And you don't really know, you gotta vet them via the internet. So what I viewed this trip was, it was an insurance policy, that we were gonna get good imports versus bringing an import in, cutting them, sending them home, bringing somebody else in to try. I had talked to Luis Bernardo before he went home in September, and he said to me, he goes, Poppy, we can get Fernando Rodney. I was like, really? Like, he's playing the majors, like, he's got World Series ring, World Baseball Classic ring, he's on the Hall of Fame ballot, like, multi-time All-Star. He goes, yeah. He's like, I talked to him.
Yeah, that was almost like a rumor at the start, because Poppy had said, he's like, oh, I know him, and he's not playing in wherever he was anymore. He'll come to the field and meet us and all that stuff. And then sure enough, a couple hours later, you know, Fernando Rodney came down.
I was getting ready to play in Dominican. And the team I played for, Leones del Escogido, they let me go, and then Bernardo called me.
Bueno, con Fernando, tenemos ya varios años conociéndonos e incluso yo quería traer a Fernando desde el año pasado. No se nos dio la petición debido a que no se hicieron los movimientos necesarios para traerlo.
Last year, he called me again. Hey, what are you doing? You want to keep playing? I say, where?
Yo hablé con Fernando y le dije que si estaba interesado en venir aquí a jugar a Canadá, lo cual él me respondió que sí, que él no estaba haciendo nada en Dominicana y que él seguía en forma de poder venir a ayudar al equipo.
They have a like tryout, San Pedro. So they invited me to go over there, and that's what I meet every.
He's like, yeah, like, I'm interested. I'll come to Hamilton. And it was like that easy. I was like, here's, the stipend that we give to the import players. He's like, yeah, he's doing this for the love of the game. He goes, I'm turning 50. He goes, I want to play till I turn 50. He's like, this could be my last year.
And I say, yes, I want to play here. Let's go to Canada.
Today, a complete shocker from the Hamilton Cardinals, who announced the signing of world-class reliever Fernando Rodney.
It's the biggest signing in inter-county baseball history. As former Major League All-Star closer, that is Fernando Rodney in the middle, signed a deal with the club.
We left that trip Dominican on like the biggest high ever. We felt like we were walking on clouds.
Hit send, it goes live, immediate influx of comments and opinions and excitement around it. And then 30 minutes after that, I remember Eric had interviews with media outlets to talk about the signing and how big this is not only for the Cardinals, but for the league as a whole.
I was shocked with the reaction. Like, it got picked up everywhere. It was huge reaction.
Para mí es un impacto muy fuerte para esta liga, ya que Ronnie es un jugador que bastante personas lo conocen a nivel mundial. Y nada, qué bueno que fue para aquí, para Hamilton, que lo pudimos traer.
I played 17 years in the big league. I'm very proud because any sport, the average to play any sport is like 8-10 years. So when you play more than 10 years, you're a superhero.
I remember 2015, 2016, he was pitching for Seattle. Like, I went over to games, watched him with my dad, and sure enough, now that guy's on my team. Like, that's insane full circle moment. I can't believe it.
I've never really been starstruck, but for him, I guess just with my baseball background and growing up watching him, it was like, what? Like, that's wild.
When he was with Minnesota, obviously I'm from Manitoba, so the Twins were the closest team to me. Often we'd make a trip down or two per year, so to see the Twins play, and I got to see him pitch. He had the exact same walkout song that he has here right now, so that was really cool to see when he first stepped onto the mound here at Bernie Arbor Stadium.
Se siente bien tener una persona veterana al lado de uno que pueda ayudarte y corregirte tus errores. Es un privilegio realmente estar cerca de alguien como Ronnie. Es una excelente persona, buen compañero también, un buen ser humano y te ayuda mucho en tu trabajo. No tenemos montículos, si uno hace algo malo, él te llama y te corrige, trata de ayudarte.
We have a good communication. We help each other every day. I think with the bullpen been doing better and better. We have a good relationship.
He's just a baseball guy. Like, he lives and breathes baseball. Like, he wants everyone to be better. Like, if there's guys that have, pitching questions or whatever, you always see him down in the bullpen working with guys, even hitters, right? Like, he was, such an established pitcher. He knows how to pitch to hitters. He knows how to get guys out. He also knows the opposite side of it, right? So, like, things that pitchers, intel that we might maybe want from pitchers, that kind of thing.
He obviously attracts a bit of a crowd when he's warming up because, he's got some special stuff from his big league days.
A lot of fans, when they saw me, they say, hey, what are you doing here? When I go outside, they ask me, I stop and sign and take a picture, smile, because that's what they want to bring to home, a smile.
You never know what a big leaguer is like, and somebody with that good of a resume too, you're like, maybe they're kind of almighty, still on the high throne. Just the nicest guy ever. Like, he's such a great guy, always willing to help guys out, teach what he's learned and stuff like that.
He's about as one of the guys as you could ever expect. He's a textbook teammate. You ever need to ask a question about something, he's more than open to helping you out with something, and he's always on the bench. He's laid back, his arms out here. He's open to joking around and things like that. I mean, as far as a teammate goes, you can't find a better teammate out there. He's a great guy to have around and in the clubhouse.
So I know at the start, I think we all kind of assumed, like, we have the birdhouse where we all live. And I think at the start we all assumed like, oh, he'll probably get his own place.
You want your own apartment? Like, you want me to put you up somewhere else? He's like, no. He's like, I just want to live with the other guys at the house.
And we were all kind of like, dude, like, you want to live in a house of like 10 of us and all that stuff. And so it's just funny, man. He obviously just loves baseball, loves being with the guys. He's such a funny guy. Everybody's, you know, playing dominoes at the house.
Just feel a lot more family there. We got more communication when you stay together, and the same energy you can bring to the field. I love this game. I love learning about this game because every day, no matter what level you play, you learn something. That's my goal, and go there and show up with the best. I want to win.
Middle of October, there was a date that you could then open up free agency. You could talk to players that either had an expiring agreement with the other teams, or you could sign, you know, new players. So we started our player recruitment. I had word that Owen Boone, who's been the most dominant pitcher in the league for the past 10 years, sat out the previous year with London, which means he was going to become a free agent, and he was a starting pitcher. We really wanted to think, okay, let's try to get Owen Boone. As soon as that day came, first thing in the morning, texted Owen, hey, like, my name's Eric Spear, and I'm the owner of the Cardinals. Like, we want to talk to you. We want to try to bring you in. So we ended up having pretty good discussions with Owen. You know, for somebody to move to like a new team in the league, and we haven't had that much success after the 2 years, it's a bit of a leap of faith. We hadn't done much in the offseason yet, but Owen agreed.
My name is Owen Boone. I'm a right-handed pitcher for the Hamilton Cardinals. I've had a lengthy baseball career. Started playing baseball when I was a kid in London, Ontario. Spent a bulk of my career there. I went to the University of Western Ontario, played there for 4 years, played for the London Majors for about 8 seasons, I'd say. In between that, I spent 1.5 seasons in professional baseball with Les Aigles de Trois-Rivières in the Can-Am League. Came back to London for a couple seasons, won a few championships, and then made the move to Hamilton. The reason I switched from the London Majors to Hamilton Cardinals, multifaceted decision that I made. At the end of the 2023 season, my shoulder really wasn't in good health. I spent the year 2024 just sort of taking a step back from the IBL and the volume that comes with it. So when I felt like I could come back to the IBL, I wanted to look at teams that were kind of closer to where I was now and start to establish more of a community for myself closer to where I lived. And Hamilton fit the bill in terms of proximity and the culture. It seemed like a really great fit, and so I jumped at the opportunity.
I really learned quickly that he's super intelligent with the game. He really knows what he's doing on a day-to-day basis. If anybody's been out here and they've recorded him or seen him out here doing his recovery and his routines and that, you know that he's extensive and he knows what works for him. He's been an absolutely invaluable addition to this team, not only from how great he's been for us on the mound, but helping other pitchers and being a good clubhouse guy and being present with the team.
Owen Boone, Slazo, Boato, you know, all these guys who have years in the IBL are not only giving me baseball knowledge, but IBL knowledge, you know, because they've played a lot of guys on other teams. You know, it's easier to pitch whenever you have an advantage on someone.
Having the veteran players in those leadership roles is incredibly important because they have the experience and ultimately they end up shaping the dynamic and the identity of the team. So when you bring in a player and their personality, people look to that personality and look to what they do with their behaviors and then can end up feeding off that. And that has this kind of contagion effect within a locker room. For newer players coming in, they just automatically, it's just a human behavior. You look to those more veteran leaders within the team, and that kind of sets the tone and it kind of spreads throughout the team. So they're very, very important in terms of the team dynamic as a whole and the team environment.
It's always great having, you know, kind of those older guys, those veteran guys on the team. You know, they've been in almost every situation you can be on a baseball field. It helps the younger guys a ton, you know, just with being able to keep their emotions in check. Even guys like myself, too. This is going to be my 4th year in the league, but I still get nervous every game. You know, I still need people to kind of talk me down, help me out, that kind of thing. And those guys are great for it. Just because they've been there, they've done that. There's a sense of comfort when you're around those guys who can talk you through things, help you out, all that kind of deal.
I think every year since Eric's kind of taken over, you come in so optimistic. They've made so many good moves in the offseason. It seems like things are going the right way. And especially this one, everybody's chomping at the bit to, get back out here and play.
So we played the preseason game in St. Mary's at the Baseball Hall of Fame against Ontario Blue Jays. And that was the first time we got a chance to actually look at all the guys.
We had a lot of guys. We showed up to that with almost a full 25-man roster. And for myself, it was meeting most of the guys for the first time and then getting back to playing live baseball.
Documentary crew already out, huh?
I've never met so many new people before I was about to play a game on the same team as them. So that was crazy, but it was a lot of fun. So we pulled up on the bus, like our new team bus that everyone had been so excited about.
It was a lot of just like meet and greet, kind of see who you got, try and remember everybody's names. I remember everybody was really tall. And so I was like, wow, we look like we'd be great in a street brawl, right? Our 25 against any 25, we do really well. So those were like my initial thoughts.
You meet all these new guys and you just had a feeling like early on this team, it has the talent, it's got the attitude, it's got the mentality, like this team can do some magical things.
Bit by bit, we started adding more and more to the roster. We added Matt Hildebrand, we got Boone, Jonathan Salazzo, the Ramones, Ramon Sanchez, Ramon Henriquez. They should be leading our rotation. Brandon Nickel, he had a standout career in the NCAA, and we're pretty excited to see him at shortstop. Nico Kakados, he hit really well in the WCBL. Usually WCBL players translate well to our league. And then Yorkie Pena, he played with the Colorado Rockies organization, and we think he's going to really round out the outfield, the left-handed bat for us. And we're also excited to see Josh Williams, and then Julie Baitini is kind of the heir apparent for Luis Bernardo. So he's going to be our new catcher, and we're going to see what we get out of Julie this year. Of course, we want to see Fernando. I think everybody wants to see Fernando. All this anticipation kind of across the Canadian baseball world to see what he looks like.
When I come here, the first one I look at the stadium and the dugout, the clubhouse. It reminds me like when you play rookie. And I say, oh, I'm gonna play rookie again.
And it is the former MLBer, Fernando Rodney. Fernando Rodney was a 17-year major leaguer, played for 11 teams. This guy has some pitches under his belt.
So the first time we really got to see Fernando compete in our league was in preseason against London. He came in the preseason game. It was their school day game, and he looked really good. And it was really exciting to see. I thought it was interesting that all the London guys were all trying to get a hit off him, so they were like just swinging like right away. But it was a really good first impression we saw in London.
I think going into the season, there was just a lot of excitement around, like all the new things that are happening, the new faces. Everyone's just looking forward to what the new season has to offer, all that kind of thing.
We felt pretty maybe overly confident going into preseason, so we were expecting maybe to be blowing teams out in preseason, and that wasn't necessarily the case. But I think so far so good. But we'll see when the games actually count.
If you're interested in sharing your content with our viewers, please visit cable14.com/CGC.
Or seeing it from the front seat. Join me as we ride along with Police Chief Frank Bergen to talk leadership, public safety.
However, I figured this was a good opportunity because it's new and because I was able to get my hands on one to open up an Avatar: The Last Airbender collector's booster box.
Adele is one of our current staff members. She had a rough, challenged life, and it was because of your support that made that difference. She is now on the right track, continuing her education, going into a college, looking into the field of child and youth, and it's because you made that difference. So I want you to continue to donate to the United Way of...
Welcome to Retro Game Time's Top 10 segment, and this Top 10 we're going to talk about is...
Top 10 puzzle games. Sometimes you're feeling up for that run and gun, rooty-tooty shooty, high-octane action that video games are usually known for. But other times, you just want to sit down, take a breath, and think about how to solve your problems. And that's why we got all kinds of puzzle games. So here's the top 10 puzzle games on the N64 and PS1. Number 10, Oddworld, Abe's Odyssey. Oddworld Abe's Odyssey plays a lot like a platformer like Lemmings, where you have to platform around areas and navigate doofy friends, activating switches and completing puzzles to get to the next area. The Oddworld series is one of the best-selling PS1 games to date and is still going to this day. Number 9, Tetrisphere. I'd be ashamed to not put a Tetris game on this list of best puzzlers, and Tetrisphere is certainly one of the more unique iterations. Tetrisphere works around a sphere, whoa, what, really? Where you have to knock out sections of it using Tetris blocks to get to the center of the sphere, instead focusing on the destruction of blocks versus the usual building of blocks in Tetris. Number 8, Myst. Myst is one of the most relaxed game experiences you could enjoy, with its non-linear and non-verbal story, ambiguous puzzles, and beautiful scenery. It's no surprise it's one of the most influential games of all time because at the time it was one of the most beautiful games that had come out. Number 7, No One Can Stop Mr. Domino. With a name like that, I mean, how could you not be interested? Yes, No One Can Stop Mr. Domino is one of the most hidden of hidden gems on the PS1, which features a running domino piece who is constantly moving as if no one can stop him, where you traverse a looping track laying down chains of domino pieces. Your goal is to chain as many domino falls from one to another to get the highest score. Number 6, One Piece Mansion. One Piece Mansion is one of my favorite games on the PS1, where you have to place tenants around your apartment to make monthly rent, while also managing their stress levels to make sure they don't move out. Some tenants reduce stress, while others increase it, so watch out where you're putting them. As time goes on, you get more and more tenants with harder and harder stipulations to adhere to, who also give bigger rewards, making it a really solid puzzle game. Number 5, Kula World. Kula World is probably one of the easiest games to explain. You are a ball, and you have to navigate a maze while collecting coins, power-ups, and trying to beat the best time. It's pretty much the most video game out there that you can get, complete with gravity manipulation, bouncing around, tons of levels, and that's kind of it. Number 4, Bust-A-Move 99. If we're talking about classic puzzle games, you simply can't ignore the Bust-A-Move series, the spin-off of Bubble Bobble, where you have to eliminate rows of colored bubbles by shooting similarly colored bubbles to form groups of 3 or more, while trying to eliminate bigger rows by chopping them off at the base. Like many of the 2D Tetris-like puzzlers, they're easy to understand but hard to master. Number 3, Wetrix. Another hidden gem, this time on the N64, Wetrix is one of the more unique takes on the Tetris-like game, where you instead are given blocks of ground elevation and manipulate the land to create mountains and holes so you can later fill them with water, scoring points on how big your lake can become. It's a fantastic use of a complicated physics engine from back in the day, and if you can get yourself a copy, you'll get hooked, line, and sinker. Ugh. Number 2, Pokemon Puzzle League. One of the games we're playing today, and certainly one of the finest puzzle games on the N64, Pokemon Puzzle League is simply just Tetris Attack, the classic SNES puzzle game, but with a Pokemon anime coating of paint. While it is similar to Tetris in that there are blocks, that's where the comparisons end. Instead of blocks falling, the stage moves up, and you need to swap colored blocks out to remove your own block tower. If you remove combos of 4 or greater, or chain removals into one another, you spawn a wall for your opponent to deal with, making it a really solid competitive game. Number 1, Blast Corps. When was the last time you played a game where you and your blue-collar co-workers are demolishing dilapidated buildings in a post-apocalyptic world to clear the way out for an overwhelmingly fragile truck carrying a 50-megaton nuke that explodes if you sneeze on it, using bulldozers, rockets, and giant robots with jetpacks? Yeah, I didn't think so either. Blast Corps is one of my favorite games on the N64 and is one of the best puzzle games of all time and arguably one of the most underrated games of all time. If you like destroying your siblings' sandcastles and Lego sets but didn't like getting punished for it, Blast Corps is for you. And that's a top 10 puzzle games from the N64 and PS1.
Unbelievable.
You have a jacuzzi? Absolutely.
Our city is full of ambitious entrepreneurs, innovative businesses, and gritty journeys. Curious about who's building, what they're building, and how they're building it in your backyard? Join Buzzworthy on Cable 14 and cable14.com every Thursday at 6 p.m.
The following is a Cable 14 sports presentation.
Let's keep it going for Olivia Vise.
The forecast was not great for Hamilton today, but the weather at first pitch time here at Bernie Arbor Stadium is just fine, thank you. And good afternoon, everybody. Roger Lajoie, Matt Creeley with you as we bring you Hamilton Cardinals baseball. Today's opponent, the first place London Majors, as the season in the Canadian Baseball League winds down. London enters a game with a 2-game lead on third place Hamilton, game and a half up on Welland. The standings are tight, Matt, but we're getting some definitiveness this weekend to the playoff picture because 4 teams have clinched, 2 teams are already out, and there's just a couple of weeks to go in the season.
Well, exactly, Raj, and the Guelph Royals win over the Brantford Red Sox last night allowed the Royals and these Hamilton Cardinals to officially clinch their spots in the 2026 CBL postseason. Just one spot left to be decided, but the easiest way to put things for the Cardinals right now is that first place, pretty much anything they want, is right there for the taking. A win today would put them just 1 game back of these first place Majors. They're already up 4-1 in the season series so far, heading into the final contest here today. So the intensity of everything just keeps ratcheting up here at this point in the season.
Well, and the playoff spots may be determined, but seeding is absolutely crucial in this league. As we know, the top 3 teams in the league get a first-round bye. 4 and 5 play a 1-game elimination game, and nobody wants any part of that ball game. So finishing in the top 3, extremely important for both London, Hamilton, and the other teams in the mix. Luis Perez on the mound for the Cards today, and Jordan Lewis will lead off the ball game, left fielder for London. Great to have you with us on Cable 14 on this so far beautiful sunny day in Hamilton. Forecast called for showers throughout the course of the afternoon, but we've dodged them here, and it's beautiful right now, and hopefully we have no rain during this ball game today. Lewis on the mound, ready to first pitch. In for a strike, just the way you want to start.
Luis Ramirez, a 34-year-old from San Pedro in the Dominican Republic, is making his 7th start of the season. He's got a 3.32 ERA and a 1.29 WHIP, 36 Ks, 11 walks, and 5 homers allowed so far. He's had a good season.
Ramirez, second pitch, a little low for a ball. Count is 1-1. Cardinals getting great pitching, great hitting all season on an 11-game win streak in this stadium. which is incredible when you think about it. 15-3 overall.
Just crazy.
Ramirez winds, fires, swung through. Count goes to 1-2.
Toros facing the London Majors for the second consecutive Sunday. It's going to be his third start against them in this season series, so we'll see how the familiarity between the two sides plays a factor.
And keep in mind, the season series, important first tiebreaker for positioning in this league is record against your opponent. As that pitch is on the outside corner. Beautiful pitch. Just froze Ruiz, and a strikeout in the books to start the game.
Nice start for Luis Ramirez. We'll take you through the London lineup right now. Trent Lenahan, the number 2 hitter, striding in. Michael Escato is on deck. Christian Yo, a batting cleanup today. He's playing second base. Tucker Zdunek, the right fielder in the 5-hole. Eduardo Diolio behind him, the catcher. And then 7-8-9, it is Joseph, the DH. David Dreyers, the third baseman. And Jarrett Burney in center field.
And it is Trent Lenahan stepping in now, first baseman for London. 1 out, nobody on, just underway here at Bernie Arbor. Pitch by Ramirez right down the middle with some heat for a strike. And, of course, if Hamilton does wind up winning the season series against London, the tiebreak goes to Hamilton. 2 games apart. Chance at a pennant this late in the season. Next pitch a little tight inside. Count 1-1.
Lenahan, the 24-year-old out of White Rock, BC. It's his first season in the CBL, and he's sure to get some down-ballot MVP votes with the way he's hitting. .405 average, 10 homers, OPS up in the 1100s.
Impressive numbers indeed, and London has had a great season as that ball's in the dirt. Count goes to 2-1. Majors continue to play some solid baseball. No weaknesses on this team, really a well-rounded club, and the record reflects it. But there is a push on. Welland with a big lead today, and Matt, I think it's going to go down to the last weekend of the season.
Sure seems that way, especially with Hamilton having the season series clinched already.
Lenahan looks at that one. Count 3-1. So a tiebreak would go to Hamilton. Could be a multi-team breaker scenario in the league this year. We shall see as we get down to crunch time. Ramirez looks at. That ball spanked into right field, and that's going to go foul into the large foul area here at Bernie Arbor Stadium. Count goes to 3-2.
Well, as a pitcher, you're always walking a thin line when you're in a 3-1 count against Trent Lenahan, but you could hear off the bat that that one definitely jammed him. It was just a matter if it was going to be fair or foul, and the Cardinals dodge an early bullet.
So Ramirez will settle in again. Cards coming off that incredible Friday night game against Welland, which I, like a lot of you, watched. Matt and Brent Gunning call that game. First pitch grounded to second base, easily picked up, tossed to first, and a nice quick second out as Harmon makes the play.
So far, so good for Ramirez. He's been getting a lot of ground balls this season, especially against the London Majors. This is a good matchup between 2 ground ball pitchers if you think about it. And he successfully neutralized Lenahan on 3-2 right there.
That brings Escala to the plate. Shortstop. Nobody on, 2 out. The pitch. Outside for a ball. Talk about the Cardinals' great record at home, that thrilling 7-6 win over Welland I referred to. Walk-off homer. Not for the faint of heart, that one, Matthew.
No, not in the slightest.
Next pitch just misses. And I don't know about that one. That was in close, and Ramirez certainly thought he had a strike, but the count 2-0. Right down the pipe and swung through. 2-1 the count.
Escato was looking for something. He was aggressive on 2-0 right there, a little bit out front. He leads the league with 75 hits, in fact. The man that Ramirez just retired, Trent Lenahan, is second with 70.
That's a dangerous top of the order London brings in every game, of course. That pitch in tight again. Runs the count to 3-1. We see teams with dangerous tops of the order, but I think the strength of the Cardinals this year, and we'll talk about throughout the broadcast, Matt, is that 1-9, this team is so strong. 3-1 pitch. Skied into center field. Back forward is Duncan. Camps under it. At the warning track, makes the catch. And a 1-2-3, top of the first, just as the doctor ordered. No runs, no hits, no errors, and no runner left on base. And a nice clean top of the first as Ramirez gets the job done nicely.
Scotto got a good pitch to hit, just hit it to the wrong part of the ballpark in one of the smaller yards in this league. That probably would have gone out, but Tyler Duncan in center field with room to spare before the wall. Good luck getting that ball to drop, and Luis Ramirez working efficiently, which is what he and many other pitchers in this league do when they're at their best, and a successful first trip through the top three orders of this London lineup, and that is going to give way for Luis Perez. It's an all-Luis matchup on the mound today, and he will face a Cardinals lineup that goes like this. It is Brandon Nickel leading it off at shortstop. Carlos Dominguez, the hero from Friday, the number 2 hitter in right field today. Darlene Herman, the second baseman, hitting third. Tyler Duncan, the center fielder, hitting cleanup. Dario Barrero playing first base in the 5 spot. Jaden Brown's been swinging a hot bat. He's the DH in the 6 hole. Evan McGill catching, batting 7th. Rainey Reyes, the third baseman, batting 8th. And Champ Garner drawing back into the lineup after sitting on Friday. He's playing left field for the Cardinals today.
You mentioned Dominguez and the walk-off homer, part of an epic game for him. 5 for 5 in the game, the walk-off 2-run homer. And again, it's not just the first couple of hitters in the lineup. That's not the case for London. They have a balanced lineup too, don't get me wrong. But Matt, we've seen so often the flexibility Bernardo has with his lineup, not just position-wise, but who is hitting where. Everybody is contributing on this club, and that's why they're tops in the league in batting average.
Yeah, exactly. And we talked a lot on the Friday broadcast about how it seems like Luis Bernardo rolls a slightly different batting order out there every game. And kind of the thought process right now is, why wouldn't you? You've got just an embarrassment of riches, a lot of tools at your disposal down there, a lot of good hitters who can get it done a lot of different ways. Lineup diversity has been a big thing with the Cards this year. They've got their contact guys, their gap-to-gap guys, their kind of pull the ball and hit it in the air guys. So it's been a cohesive picture this year, and they are going to be up against the right-hander Luis Perez, who made his CBL debut on this mound just under a month ago in relief, and he was greeted immediately by a leadoff home run from Darlene Herman. He's been good since then, 4.19 ERA in 5 appearances this season. 5-pitch pitcher. He's got a fastball that runs, gets up into the low 90s. He has a high 80s changeup he'll throw to both sides of the plate, low 80s breaking balls, and again, a ground ball pitcher. Just 11 strikeouts in those 19 and a third innings he's pitched this year, but a guy who relies on pitchability, mixing pitches, and locations. There's some familiarity. Dario Barrero and him were teammates in Columbia and Winter Ball the past 2 years. But the Cardinals are going to get their first look as a team against Perez, the starter, after they saw him as a reliever in mid-July.
And it's Brandon Nickel who gets the first pitch in. Right in there, first strike. Good start by Perez. London playing its 3rd game in 3 days as well. Both teams busy, of course, in this 48-game regular season with rainouts and the wildfire rainouts, or postponements, I should say, as he swings through the second pitch. Count now 0-2. Has resulted in a real condensed schedule and no rest for the weary, as you mentioned, Matthew. Hamilton back in action Monday and Tuesday, and we're back here at Bernie Arbor on Tuesday.
And a couple postponements leading to the games tomorrow and Tuesday.
Grounded to third, going to take a good throw to get him. It is a good throw. Well fired by the third baseman, Dreyers, and 5-3, Nickel retired.
Not a hard hit ball by any means from Nickel. Dreyers had to sit back on it, but that gave him time to plant his feet and get a good solid throw across the diamond.
Carlos Dominguez, the hero on Friday night, in now for the Cardinals. I mentioned 5 for 5, a walk-off 2-run homer, giving the Cardinals that big win over Welland, and every win crucial in the standings right now. Hamilton in pretty good position to avoid that play-in game, so that fate is very much in their own hands here. First pitch, Dominguez shows bunt, but outside for a ball.
Dominguez leading the Cardinals, tied for the team lead in home runs, and he's also leading the team in steals, 10 of each right now.
Power and speed, what a great combination that is. Smacked into center field, but right at the center fielder. And easily caught. Bernie right there. 2 out.
The second baseman, number 24, Darlin Herman.
Darwin Herman stepping in, and there you see communication, eh? From
Love
the two
to see
players.
that.
Yeah. Dominguez just stops, He smacked that ball pretty hard. Herman's coming to the batter's box, and he just takes a moment, whispers something in his ear, something he saw perhaps. There's no analytics for that. First pitch. Caught the corner, strike one.
And you love to see that, especially, Raj, with a guy they haven't seen too much of this year. Get familiar quickly.
Well, that's where the communication comes in. You had an at-bat. You hit the ball hard off him. Just maybe even look for low, fast, whatever he's saying. We don't know. His second pitch is a strike. But love that communication. And this Hamilton team, a tight-knit group. We've seen that. They're having a blast here. Of course, it's always fun when you're winning. Perez looks in. Fires. Right back at him and into center field. Perez had to duck. And first hit of the game goes to Herman. And who knows, maybe he got a little piece of advice from his teammate to help out with that single.
Boy, Luis Perez, welcome to the ball game. Watch yourself. That one coming right back at him, and Darlene Herman, as he's done all year. 0-2 count, never seems to faze him.
Tyler Duncan now steps in. Duncan not having the home run season he's had in previous years, but still a potent bat in this lineup, and of course always great defensively in center field. Perez looks in. Fires. Swung through by Duncan. 0-1. It's Baseball is for Everyone Day here in the ballpark. All kinds of activations throughout the course of the year, and this one is kind of self-explanatory. Baseball is for everyone. The organization does a great job on days like these. Pitch is low for a ball.
A nice day dedicated to kind of the community spirit that we all feel through this great game. And the fans have been loud and proud at Bernie Arbor all season long. So in a way, it's a celebration of them too.
Vibrant community here in Hamilton, and fans enjoying themselves here on this, so far, lovely afternoon. Perez looks in. Herman with a bit of a lead. Smacked into left field by Duncan. Twisting towards the foul line. Long way to run for the outfielder, and a great catch against the fence. Great athleticism on that play by Lewis. First he had to run a long way just to catch that ball, then had to deal with the fence. He brings it in, and that ends the first inning. No runs on one hit, no errors, and one runner left on base. We're through one inning, and we are scoreless. Hamilton and London, you're watching Hamilton Cardinals baseball, presented by Life Labs on Cable 14. Top of the second inning here at Bernie Arbor Stadium. No score, London and Hamilton. Roger Lajoie, Matt Creeley with you. Ramirez on the mound for the Cardinals at a 1-2-3 top of the first inning against the first place Majors. Christian Iona will lead off here. Second baseman in the second.
It's not often, Raj, you see arguably the two best hitters in this London lineup, and that's a tough choice to begin with. But the 3-4 hitters are the middle infield. It seems like defense has really been prioritized at those positions lately, but London's got two infielders up the middle who can mash the ball. It's a luxury.
First pitch in for a strike. Ramirez showing great control, locating his pitches well so far. Had one hard hit ball to center for sure, but nice start. That smack to shortstop on a one hopper. Taking the time, firing it over. First out of the inning, nicely recorded by Nickel.
You saw that knuckle curve there from Luis Ramirez. He's got a bit of an odd grip on that breaking pitch, and that allows him to get a little more vertical action on it, translating to, of course, the ground balls that
our weenie man of the game, ladies and gentlemen.
you see so much when he's on the mound.
So you think Tucker's happy being the weenie man in the lineup today?
I figure for good hitters like Zdunek, it's a motivating factor, so can't be too rambunctious with, you know, the announcement of the beer batter and everything. You don't want to give a good hitter extra fuel. Tucker had a 4-hit game here at Bernie Arbor last time the majors were here.
And Zdunek, of course, a very good hitter. And if you're not familiar with the promotion, the Cardinals pick a player at each game, give a chance for cheaper hot dogs or beer, but first out is going to be recorded for Tucker on a fly ball to left field. Yeah, you're right. You do have to be careful with those kind of promotions as Garner makes that catch in left field. However, I think they're clever, and I was walking underneath the stands when it was announced he was the weenie player of the game, and it just got chuckles from the visiting team. It's not a big issue when you get used to it.
Yeah, it's all in great fun, and it is one of the best promotions here at Bernie Arbor. I remember my first year working here when I heard that was the term they used, weenie man of the game. I couldn't stop giggling to myself. It's the dumbest thing, but it's funny. It really is.
It is, and it's well done. Eduardo De Leo up now for London. First pitch to him is a strike. Getting that first pitch in as a strike, important for any pitcher. And it keeps the rhythm going. We've got a good rhythm already by Ramirez. Second pitch, replay of the first, couple of bounces this time. Fired over, and 6-3 it is, and that is a neat and tidy and quickly done second inning. Another 6-3, 3 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors, no runners left on base. 6 up and 6 down so far for Ramirez. It doesn't get any better than that. We go to the bottom of the second, and we are still scoreless.
And Luis Ramirez is having an efficiency competition. I'm not sure who he's having it with. I mean, Luis Perez was pretty efficient himself in the bottom half of the first, but it's always a good sign, especially when the schedule is as tight as it is, Raj, to have a starter who can go out there and eat innings and eat them quickly.
No doubt about it, and we'll see if it can be answered, Ramirez's performance by Perez in this inning. I mentioned London playing its third game in 3 days. They lost at home to the Toronto Maple Leafs on Friday in an upset, but won in Barrie 12-9 yesterday, and only used 2 relievers in that game. So regardless of how long Perez goes, that's an advantage to have your bullpen somewhat rested, especially with these condensed games. And of course, they still have control of first place in the league. And the Cards, of course, with that crazy game against Welland the other night. But Matt, you know, you get a taste of it, right? The Cardinals have never won a pennant in there, and it's been so long since they've been this good. And 15-3 at home, 11-game win streak. But you have a taste of it. You get this close, you're figuring, let's close the deal. Let's win things.
Yeah, you're here now.
First, exactly right.
What a story it's been all season, and I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say the Cardinals' record could, and the players might even tell you should be, a little better. They've had a lot of their losses, and you've talked about this before too, but of their losses, almost all of them have been one-run contests. They've been late games, almost exclusively decided by the bullpens, just coin flips. Like take Tuesday in Chatham, for example. The Cardinals were up 9-3 going bottom 7, and they failed to close it out. Just games like that they tell you they should win, and despite all this, they're still in third place, 2 games back of first, chance to be 1 game back of first with a win today. Seems like a lot of things are coming together in the right way for them this year.
Hamilton Cardinals, the first baseman, number 53, Dario Guerrero.
So Barrero in for the Cards, first baseman to lead off the bottom of the second. No score here at Bernie Arbor. Perez looks in. Barrero watches that one go by, ball one. Talk about the depth of the lineup and mixing and matching and getting pieces in. There's some players sitting on the bench every game for the Cardinals who are really good ball players. As Barrero swings through that one.
Yeah, that they are. And the fact that whether it's guys who are really good hitters who can sit on the bench or draw into the bottom of the lineup. I said this about the Welland Jackfish on Friday. The bottom of their order on Friday night, I would take over the top half of the order of most teams in this league. And on a good day, you could say the same thing about the Hamilton Cardinals for sure.
Well, there's a real discrepancy between the top and the bottom in the league this year. There's no question about that. Perez, that's whacked deep, 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 and not deep enough, right to the warning track. And caught, getting over there, was Bernie to record the first out of the inning. I thought that ball, when it first left his bat, had a chance to get out of there, but never really. And you talked about the deep part of the ballpark. That's what kept it in.
And I thought the same too, Raj. And Dario Barrero, as he did on Friday night, continues to put really good swings on the ball against right-handed pitching. He's a big, tall lefty. Hits line drives, hits the ball hard, has a ton of bat speed, just a high ceiling, a lot of raw power. And it's only a matter of time before he hits his first home run here at Bernie Arbor of the season. He's got a couple on the road.
Jaden Brown steps in, DH today, hitting sixth. First pitch to him on the corner for a strike. Fouls the second back, 0-2. So London does not play again until Friday. That's the advantage of having played 4 more games than the majors. Well, the Cardinals, and with games on Monday and Tuesday. What a stretch of baseball this has been for Hamilton.
Off till Friday, eh? Must be nice.
Wow, can you imagine? What are you going to do? Another one beat into the dirt.
That's that running fastball from Luis Perez. Jaden Brown thinks it's over the inner half of the plate, then it runs in on his hands. All he can do is foul it off and hope it doesn't hurt too much and stay alive.
0-2 pitch. Did he go? No, says the first base umpire, 1-2.
That's Francesco DiBiase at first base with the call on no swing there. Ryan Herron is at third, and Adam Sims calling the balls and strikes today.
Umpires do a great job in this league. And swinging through that one is Brown. 2 up, 2 down in this inning. And you mentioned Ramirez and how well he's pitched. Perez answering here in this second inning so far. That brings Evan McGill, the catcher, and I got to say, I don't want to say surprise, but when a first-year player comes in and makes the impact he has made, both at the catcher's position and at bat, he's been close to terrific this year. First pitch to him is low for a ball.
He has been terrific, Raj, especially against the righty pitching, and that was going to be a challenge for McGill. You know, the pitching that he sees, or that he saw rather in the NAIA as a member of Tennessee Wesleyan University, he's not seeing the low to mid-90s velocity that this league features. And sure, it's an offense-heavy league. Offense is way up this year. The league average ERA for pitchers is around 6 right now, if you can believe that. But Evan has been up to the task and more.
Now, that's a stat I did not know. A lot I don't know. Drilled into center field, right at the center fielder once again. Another hard hit ball. But right there was Bernie once again. He's been busy. That's his third putout already, and that will end the second inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and no runners left on base. We are still scoreless after 2 periods of play. London and Hamilton. You're watching Hamilton Cardinals baseball on Cable 14, presented by Lifeline.
We're going to get ready to let them loose, kids. Are you ready to run the bases? In 3, 2, 1, go.
Top of the third inning, CBL baseball. Roger Lajoie, Matt Creeley with you as the Hamilton Cardinals and the London Majors scoreless through 2 periods of play. Luis Ramirez and Luis Perez, the battle of the Luises on the mound, and they have been great. And it's always great when the fans and the kids in particular get to run the bases in the top of the third inning. Hamilton Cardinals baseball does great stuff, and if you have not experienced Hamilton Cardinals baseball, get out here to Bernie Arbor Stadium and check it out. You can get tickets and all the information at the Hamilton Cardinals website. We're very happy you're watching the broadcast, and we thank you for that with our great Cable 14 crew here in Hamilton. But to experience it firsthand, come on down and sit in the stands. Great family fun, and you'll have a blast, we guarantee you. And Ramirez is having himself a blast here after 2 innings. He's looked great.
Sure has. A lot of ground balls. Filling up the zone, getting ahead in counts, throwing strike 1. He fell behind after strike 1 a couple times in the first inning, but he's been working mighty quick so far, and the Cardinals, as we've said, need that with the schedule right now.
Starling Joseph leads it off for London in the 7th, designated hitter today, followed by Dreyers, followed by Bernie, as this powerful London lineup is rolled out today. So far, though, Ramirez has retired the first 6 hitters he's faced. Ramirez looks in at Joseph. The pitch. Swung through, strike 1.
Took something off there.
Fooled Joseph for sure. Might have been expecting a little bit more heat. This London team has been a model franchise in this league the last several seasons. Won a couple of championships a few years back, of course. Played at beautiful Labatt Park. Second pitch outside for a ball. Teams like London, Welland, Barrie, Guelph makes the league great, makes it worth winning. And this season, we've definitely seen the emergence of the Hamilton Cardinals in that fraternity as well. That pitch fouled off. I mentioned the top 5 teams separated by the bottom 4. So Toronto just getting hammered today. We'll get to the out-of-town scoreboard in a bit, but Toronto will likely be eliminated today from the playoffs. That means 3 teams have been eliminated, 4 have clinched, and it's just Barrie and Brantford, and Barrie basically already has that final spot. So now seeding, and Matt, that is so important.
Home field, avoiding that wild card game. Lots still to play for, even with the teams that have the X next to their name in the standings.
Man, 48-game season, you have to play a 1-game playoff. Yikes. Ooh, that was in tight on Joseph. Sent him, and guess he called strike. Joseph is wondering what's the call here, and the call is strike 3. Tough enough, you got to take a pitch like that and hit the dirt, but if you swing around on the bat, that's exactly what happened.
You're just happy to see Starling wasn't hurt there, and that ball didn't actually hit him, but yeah, just a reflex reaction there, and Francesco DiBiase on appeal says yes, he went around. And an unconventional strikeout, but a strikeout nonetheless for Toro.
They'll bring David Dreyers, the third baseman, to the plate. First pitch smacked right at the first baseman, right in the glove. The line out. And once again, Ramirez getting the job done as that ball was hit right at Barrero.
A lot of well-struck balls today, just finding gloves for both sides.
Jared Burney, center fielder. Now up for the majors. So Welland is a game and a half back. Hamilton 2 back of first place London. And the Barrie Guelph battle for 4th and 5th. Now that could still change, but every game so important. First pitch of ball.
And the Baycats have been scuffling a little bit in the past week. London beat them in Barrie yesterday. It was a high-scoring ball game, but London still managed to only use 2 relievers in that one. So even though this is the 3rd game in 3 days for them, their bullpen's still in a good spot.
Second pitch in for a ball, count 2-0. Ramirez has been perfect here in the early going. 8 up, 8 down. The pitch. In a bit tight for a ball, 3-0. Now, how would you describe this giveaway? What is exactly on the hats and heads of all the fans here? It's two little Cardinal logos.
Yeah, just two little Cardinals on a headband. I think a symbol of the fact that, this is a day for everybody, baseball is for everybody, and this is a little accessory that everybody can wear. It doesn't matter who you are.
Well said. Baseball is for everyone. A nice little promotion here. Kids loving them. 3-1 pitch. Grounded to short. Nickel steadies himself, fires it over. 3 up, 3 down. Yet again, you cannot get better than we've seen from Ramirez in these first 3 innings. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left for the third straight time. To the bottom of the third inning we go. London and Hamilton scoreless here in this, dare I say, first place showdown in the Canadian Baseball League, with Hamilton just 2 games back. But Welland still in the mix. Welland playing today. What's going on out of town there, Matt?
Well, speaking of the Jackfish, Raj, they must have had some pent-up anger after the way Friday night ended. So last night they were back home and beat Kitchener 18-2. And then today they had to go out to Chatham, long road trip. No biggie. That's a 9-0 victory for the Jackfish in the books today. So they took care of business for sure after the weekend got out to a rocky start for them. They had the near upset at the hands of the Brantford Red Sox, but they just prevailed over Brantford in extra innings at home on Thursday before the loss to Hamilton on Friday, and then 2 wins against 2 non-playoff teams for them. Elsewhere this afternoon, Raj, it's a busy day. We got 4 games across the league. Guelph, the only team off today. The Brantford Red Sox, as you mentioned, putting a hammering on the Maple Leafs right now. They're up 15-0 in the top of the 7th at Arnold Anderson. And then the Barrie Baycats and Kitchener Panthers locked in a back-and-forth affair. Barrie up 12-8 at Jack Couch Park in the top of the 6th. But don't tell these 2 teams that it's been a high-scoring day around the league, because we are scoreless at Bernie Arbor.
12-8, 15-0, I guess so. And maybe a 2-point convert in one of those games came up. Lots of runs in the CBL for sure. Man, the Jackfish getting mad offensively. I don't think I'd like to see that. They're plus, 373 run differential this year, that team? Like, oh my goodness, when those bats get going in Welland, are they a handful?
If you're a run differential fan, the Welland Jackfish are the team for you. Leading the league, the Cardinals and Majors both in the plus 120 range right now. Welland at plus 179. And I do not believe that reflects their win today, so they'll be at plus 188 after that one.
188. This point of the season. Wow. Champ Garner leading off the third. Rene Reyes leading off the third for the Cardinals. Swings through that first pitch. Now, I said it was a beautiful day, and it was. But we can see why the forecast is kind of sketchy today. Some cloud cover has moved in here. Nothing threatening yet. Little looper into right field and into the right fielder's glove. First out of the inning, as he did in the last inning. Perez answers back here with getting the first easy out. You think runs might be at a premium today. I don't want to jinx it, because especially the way runs are scored in this league. But so far, all pitching.
Number 9, Champ Garner. When you have 2 pitch-to-contact guys, if they just happen to be at their best, the game will move very quickly. A lot of early count-outs, balls hit into gloves right at people, and that's exactly what we've seen so far here today. These are 2 veteran pitchers who know how to fill up the zone, and they're going toe-to-toe so far.
Now it's Champ Garner, left fielder today. First 2 pitches to him are 2 strikes, as Perez gets ahead of here. We've had the grand total of 1 base runner here so far in the bottom of the third inning. That was a first inning single by Herman. Garner fouls that one off. Count still 0-2.
Champ's a former London Major, spent parts of 2 seasons there in 2024 and 25, shooting that foul ball right near his old dugout, saying hello to his old friends.
0-2 pitch. Ooh, that was close. You talk about when catchers try to frame pitches. That wasn't a frame there by Diolio. It was a, hey, that's a strike, right? I'm going to throw it down to first base. Just missed, though, 1-2. Didn't miss on that one. Garner strikes out swinging. 2 up, 2 down, brings up Brandon Nickel.
Garner looked overmatched in that at-bat. A couple swings that were still indicative of somebody trying to get a feel for what Perez is throwing at him. First time through. Just the one base runner, just the 1-0-2 hit given up by Perez. The screamer right back up the middle by Darlene Herman. Otherwise, sparkling performance by him so far.
Nickel grounded out to third, his first time up in the first as the lineup turns around for the Cardinals for the first time. First pitch, first strike. Both pitchers getting ahead in the count, pitching quickly. Grounder to third, couple of hops. Throw over to first. And we have a pitcher's duel going so far this afternoon for sure as Nickel goes 5-3 for the second time. Once again, no runs, no hits, no errors, and no runners left on base. We are through 3 complete here at Bernie Arbor. It's the London Majors no score and the Hamilton Cardinals no score. And you're watching Hamilton Cardinals baseball presented by Life Labs on Cable 14. Top of the fourth inning at Bernie Arbor Stadium. Canadian Baseball League action. The Hamilton Cardinals and the London Majors scoreless through 3. Luis Perez, Luis Ramirez in a real pitcher's duel so far in this one. Roger Lajoie, Matt Creeley with you, and glad you're with us on Cable 14 or YouTube or wherever you're listening and watching to this game. Appreciate you having along in this exciting inaugural season of the Canadian Baseball League. Leading off the fourth for London, left fielder now Jordan Lewis. He struck out in the first. 9 up, 9 down so far for London.
Lewis had a fantastic catch against Tyler Duncan. Back in the first inning, slammed into that Armstrong sign down the left field line, had a lot of ground to cover.
Shows bunt there, that's outside for a ball. Now you wonder, the way the pitching has started in this game, although the way runs are scoring in this league, a little early to be playing for a run, but you do get the feeling maybe runs will be at the premium. You know, London's bullpen is pretty well rested, only used 2 relievers yesterday. That one tightened inside, 2-0.
And London, like Hamilton, at least in the season series between these two teams so far, have shown that they're a club that's happy to bunt. That's a frequent go-to for Luis Bernardo to try and inject some life into the offense. Jordan Lewis showing there.
Smacked into the outfield. That may find the gap. Duncan tries to get over and can't quite get it. Got it on his glove, but could not hold on. That's going to be a base hit for Lewis. First hit of the game.
Great swing there by Jordan Lewis. Got ahead in the count and looked toward that right center field gap. He's been hitting well. And a limited sample joining the London Majors just before the signing deadline. .326 average with 10 RBI in his first 12 games coming into play today. The erstwhile Brantford Red Sox. Couldn't get that one past Tyler Duncan. The diving effort and the trap prevented him from advancing to second, but he's the first base runner of the game.
Trent Lenahan now in, fouls off the first pitch he faces. He grounded out to second back in the first inning. Although both pitchers have been dominant, hence the scoreless tie and only one base runner for each team so far in the game. There have been some pretty hard hit balls in this game. Matt, takes one to fall in. Start a big inning. Ramirez looks over at first, over his shoulder. Then decides to toss over to first. Not only when you're trying to bunt a runner over, maybe use speed, hit and run, stolen base, create some offense. Or, of course, you just hit it over the fence. That's a lot easier.
And Trent Lenahan would know a thing or two about that.
Yes, he would. That is sky high. Nickel under it at short and makes the catch for the first out of the inning.
You saw Darlene Herman there at second base, kind of fake as though the throw was coming down to second to delay Lewis going back to first because, of course, he's got to get back on the ball in the air. But that ball was hit so high that I don't think it could have possibly slipped Lewis's mind that he had to get back to the bag.
I know I keep talking about threat of rain, even though there is really no threat of rain at the moment. That could have got the clouds going.
Yeah.
It was that high up. Escada in now for London. He flied out to center in the first. First pitch to him is outside for a ball. One thing about the clouds coming in and covering it kind of cools the temperature down a bit. A little breeze. It's pleasant now. It was a little sticky earlier.
Yeah, definitely a muggy morning here in Hamilton.
Another throw over to first, so there's no question that Ramirez is cognizant of the fact, first of all, that Lewis is a threat to run. And secondly, runs being the premium they appear to be this afternoon, you got to go against anybody getting into scoring position if you can. Another big lead, though, by Lewis. Swung through there. Count 1-1.
Lewis has 3 steals so far in 12 games, but I think the Cardinals are figuring with how hard offense has been to come by in the early innings, they're going to assume that the majors are going to try anything.
Ramirez with another look over. The pitch. Bounced into the dirt down the left field line. Count goes to 1-2.
Hit and run perhaps right there. Scotto failed to keep it fair though. Tad early. Foul down the third base side.
Another nice crowd here this afternoon in Hamilton, taking in the action. Cardinals back here Tuesday night. Not many Tuesday night games at Bernie Arbor Stadium, is there?
No, but the wildfire smoke had other plans.
There goes Lewis, tossed in by McGill. He is out at second base. Nice throw by McGill. He had him all the way. Even though Lewis had a good jump, McGill fires that in. Caught him stealing. We've got 2 out.
That's a great play by Evan McGill on multiple fronts because Ramirez kind of bounced the pitch in. It was low in the dirt. It was outside, which is what you want if you're a catcher trying to make a throw. But not only did he pick it on his backhand, he fired a strike to Herman at second. Well done.
Well, you know, we talk about pitchers being cognizant of runners on the bases. The catcher's got to be cognizant that any moment he might be asked to throw. And McGill, I think, was sensing that I might have to throw down a second on this guy. And how about that? Strikeout to end the inning. So Ramirez answers the hit to Lewis by getting a pop-out, a strikeout, and, of course, helped out by the catcher McGill, making a nice play. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and no runners left on base in that 4th inning. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Still scoreless here in Hamilton between the London Majors and the Hamilton Cardinals.
So in case you missed, the Hamilton Cardinals clinching officially last night on account of the Guelph Royals' 10-7 victory over the Brantford Red Sox. So even though the playoff field shrunk by nearly half this season, they are going to be playing September baseball in some form or another, joining London and Welland, who had already clinched in the previous week or so. It's exciting baseball, exciting time for baseball. The Cardinals, again, they've already broken the franchise record for wins. They're as far above 500 as they've ever been in a season, looking for that elusive first championship since 1978. 48 years, hard to believe. And just a huge time right now for this franchise.
Well, this will show you how quickly you get, if I can use the term, spoiled, though. You know, Matthew. So I saw that oh, yeah, that means Cardinals clinch a playoff spot. And you're thinking, yeah, so what? Like, it's just the season has gone so well. And we talked about it at the top of the broadcast. It's like, okay, so you're right there. Why not finish it? And I don't get a sense with this organization and from the people I've talked to, from the ownership on down, that anybody is taking, I mean, yeah, sure, it's acknowledgement. You clinch a playoff spot. Yeah, you beat the regular season record, but it's almost like an Olympic athlete. You get to a point in your career that nobody talks about your personal best anymore. You don't want to hear about that. You just want to hear if I have a chance to win a gold, a silver, or a bronze medal. And that's how I look at the Hamilton Cardinals right now, to be honest with you.
Well, I think Friday night, Raj, exemplifies that point perfectly because we interviewed Carlos Dominguez down on the field after his walk-off home run with Dario Barrero, helping to translate, and that was an electrifying moment. First walk-off home run I've seen as a staff member of the Cardinals. I've been here since 2024, and that was against Davey Mendez, the best closer in the league. Just a crazy moment, and emotions are running high, and after the game, Dominguez says, to answer his last question, he says, hey, job's not finished yet, we want more. Love to hear that.
Yes, you do. First pitch just misses for a ball. And it is Dominguez. Back up. Flew out to center field this first time up. That hits the corner for a strike, 1-1.
And again, with the 48-game season, the regular season goes all the way through the end of August this year. The past handful of seasons, this kind of middle of August weekend is when the regular season would draw to a close, but we got more baseball, folks.
Swings through that one for a second strike. We got a lot more baseball, folks. Hamilton playing Monday and Tuesday. I believe it turned out to be 5 games in 7 days, something like that. And exciting games. Boy, oh boy. These are the cardiac kids this year, both ways, as that pitch is in for a ball. We saw the ugly side of it in that Chatham-Kent game you referred to as they squandered the big lead, and squandered the lead against Welland, too, to be honest about it, in the top of the 9th. But exciting games both times, and it's been that kind of season.
Now, baseball's hard enough, and you got to celebrate your wins when you can, and clinching the playoff spot is one of them for the Cardinals, but everybody knows around here they've got their sights set on more than that.
2-2 the count. Perez fires. Spanked into left field, deep, 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 and gone! Carlos Dominguez certainly has the mojo going, whether it's a walk-off against Welland or a game-opening run against London. He celebrates with a high five as he comes around third. Solo shot by Dominguez. It's 1-0.
Carlos is just unconscious right now. He is seeing everything. He is driving everything. Lefty, righty on the mound, doesn't matter. He is just on some type of heater right now. What a weekend he's had. Thursday giving the Cardinals the only offense they got in their 2-1 victory over Barrie with the 2-run homer off of tough lefty Frank Garces. The walk-off against Welland. And then that one. I don't know who decides hitter of the week in the CBL, but if you're watching, I have a consideration for you to make.
Yeah, I think those numbers are going to look pretty good by the time this ball game is over, what he's accomplished this week for sure. Herman now up for the Cards. 0-2 count to him quickly, and now an 0-3 count to him quickly. As answering back quickly indeed is Perez with 3 straight strikes after giving up that homer. As Dominguez got all of that one, it just, you could see when it left the bat,
the center fielder,
it had a chance. Left fielder turned around, Lewis turned around, and he knew. So Tyler Duncan gets a shot now. And yes, Dominguez has just been unconscious. 5 for 5 in that Welland game. Another homer here today. Here's a guy who's hit a few homers in his career too, Tyler Duncan. He's going to look bunt on that first pitch for a ball.
Just to keep the infielders aware, I would think. We've seen Tyler drop one down once or twice. I'm not sure if this spot in the game is where he'd be most likely to. Could be wrong, though.
That's popped out of play. into the stands. Look out. Sometimes tough to tell when the ball's coming off the bat, not just in this ballpark, but any ballpark. I thought that maybe that was playable. That wound up right at the back of the grandstand. Last row.
Yeah, drifted away for sure. And I know you said in any ballpark, but here, Raj, you do have to respect, as you've said, the vast foul territory.
Man, you could hold a wedding reception in that area down both sides here. There is a lot of foul territory in this ballpark. 2-1, count to Duncan. Perez looks in. The pitch. Swung through by Duncan, 2-2.
Dario Barrero on deck. Had a deep fly out, probably the closest thing the Cardinals had to a home run before Dominguez went deep there.
Duncan watches that one go wide for ball 3. Talk about Duncan maybe not having the home run type of season he's had in past seasons, but his judgment, his eye, his ability to get on base and be a big factor, that has not changed. You got to believe at some point, too, you're going to start seeing some more homers from him. That's grounded to second. Couple of hops. Easy toss over to first. And we've got 2 down. Iona easily making that play.
First baseman, number 53, Dario Barrero.
Barrero, next hitter, fly it out to center in the second. 0 for 1 on the afternoon. There has not been much offense in this game. A single for Herman in the first. The homer we just saw from Dominguez in this inning for Hamilton. And just a 4th inning single for Jordan Lewis. That's been it. First pitch outside for a ball.
Nice recovery so far after the homer for Luis Perez. 3-pitch strikeout from on, getting Duncan to ground out on a decent pitch. Not out of the woods yet, though. You got the big fella right now.
A pitch in tight to Barrero. Certainly a welcome addition to this team as well. Another potent bat in this lineup. That pitch catches the corner. Count 2-1. Sun peeking through the clouds once again here in Hamilton.
The starting pitchers heard we were due for rain later and said, sure, let's see how fast we can go.
Swung through by Barrero. Well, you know, there is an art to that. There is no question. And again, the forecast kind of changes hour to hour, but originally this morning, it looked like we might be in some difficulty here between 2 and 8. That swung through by Barrero for a strikeout. So after the homer, nothing else but a run, a hit, no errors, and none left. But Dominguez, again, who else with a big homer, has the Hamilton Cardinals on the board. We're done through 4 innings here in Hamilton. Cardinals lead the majors 1-0. You're watching Hamilton Cardinals baseball on Cable 14, presented by Lifeline.
Is on the loose here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. We've got 2 lucky contestants down on the field who must chase down the runaway fridge before it escapes the nest for good. The first fan to catch the first wind, it looks like they're all set to go. And count you in, boys. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, go!
Come on, fans, make some noise! Let's go, Brad! Everything you have
Cardinals fans, if your appliances are running a little too much at home, make sure to visit our friends at Goman's Appliances on Queenston Road, proud partner of the Hamilton Cardinals. And an update on our 50-50 jackpot. It is currently sitting at $390. Visit our friends at the Cancer Assistance Program table in the concourse to get your tickets.
Top of the 5th
now.
inning here at Bernie Arbor Stadium. Roger Lajoie, Matt Creeley with you, Hamilton Cardinals baseball. Glad you're joining us here on Cable 14 or on YouTube or anywhere you're listening and watching the broadcast today. There is Mr. Ramirez, and Luis Ramirez has had a very impressive first 4 innings here against the London Majors. He's allowed just 1 hit, a single in the top of the 4th to Jordan Lewis, who was promptly erased on a caught stealing, and that has been it. He has faced the minimum 12 batters so far in this game. 3 strikeouts, no walks. In complete control here through 4, but this London team you can never take lightly because they can score runs, Matt, with the best of them.
And it was the middle innings and Ramirez's last start against them at Labatt Park that the Majors got on the board with a 3-run frame.
Christian Hino up to lead off, grounded out to short in the 2nd. Starts off the 5th here by looking at strike 1. Tucker Zdanek on deck. The pitch. Low for ball.
Noah's got 15 homers. That's 2nd in the CBL, and he showed up a couple weeks late, mind you. Began the season with Ottawa in the Frontier League.
Smack to Nichol under the glove. Hard hit ball. That'll be a base hit.
Tough to do much with that. If you're Brandon Nichol, that ball was scalded. He had to move to his left to get there. At that point, it was just hoping he would be able to knock that one down with his body, because catching it clean in his glove would have been easier said than done that time, and it gets through for a base hit for Inoa.
So just like they did in the 4th inning, as Zdanek comes to the plate for London. Lead-off single here for London. Let's see if they can get something going. Last inning, runner had a big lead, was eventually caught stealing. And now the bunt on, and bunted behind the plate.
Outfielders playing Zdanek to pull. I'm a bit surprised, admittedly, to see Tucker lay down the bunt here. He's got gap-to-gap pop. Hitting 5 spot for a reason, but again, offense has been tough to come by.
I don't mind bunting per se, but my top hitters, I really like to see those guys swing, to be honest with you. And he swings through that one. Got a piece of it. 0-2.
A bunt, at least in this at-bat, a moot point now with the 0-2 count. Ramirez still has to make a pitch here. The Cardinals fed Zdanek a steady diet of curveballs and changeups, especially Ramirez did last time a week ago at Labatt Park. See what he goes to here.
Ramirez looks in. Fires high.
Some unorthodox pressure tactics for a strikeout here for the Weenie Man, Raj.
Fans are just salivating watching this at bat. Could be some discount hot dogs at stake here. Smacked into center field, but Duncan is right there in the glove. First out of the inning.
It's not a strikeout, but it's another hard hit ball that finds a glove. And Luis Ramirez is saying no to swing and miss and saying yes to efficiency, and sometimes that's not a bad thing.
26, Eduardo Diolio.
Diolio steps up for London. Yeah, and again, I know it runs counter and it sounds like it's just too much old school, but swing and miss, contact. You know what I like? Outs. Outs. How do you measure an out? He sits down. He does not get on base. However that happens is a good thing. First pitch in for a ball.
And I'm sure Ramirez would agree with you, as would the coaching staff and the bullpen.
And I think anybody involved, for sure. But sometimes it's a little bit too much of a preoccupation on how hard and fast pitchers are throwing as that ball is fouled off. And you wonder, you know, just because you can throw hard and get the swing and miss. Paul Skeen's probably the best example of that now in Major League Baseball. And what's that stat out about him? He was throwing so many pitches, 99 miles an hour or more. And all of this season, he's only hit that 4 times. I think he burned his arm out a little bit.
It's definitely possible. I've seen some things online about how there's been some maybe slight mechanical flaws in Skeens' delivery, maybe a little more crossbody this year, but I think when you have an industry-wide fascination with swing and miss and stuff and all this, it becomes a lost art and a competitive advantage indirectly when you have somebody who can reliably mow down guys efficiently and by pitching to contact. And the Cardinals have seen a lot of that from Luis Ramirez this season, and they're hoping for more here today. It's been a great start for sure.
Well, and if you have faith in your defense, and the Cardinals had the second best defensive record, actually first or second most of the season, then put the ball in, can't be afraid to have the ball put in play. Ramirez has 3 strikeouts, looking for a 4th. That's a grounder. Nickel over to second, back to first, double play, 6-4-3, nicely turned by the Cardinals. That ball wasn't hit particularly hard, but Nickel took his time, made a smart play, easy throw over to Herman, and Herman still had time left to get the out at first. So once again, London gets the first runner on with a base hit. Nothing follows in the last inning. Lewis singled and was caught stealing. That ended that threat. In this inning, Iona singles, but after a fly out to center field, double play. Pitcher's best friend, 6-4-3, and we go to the bottom of the 5th. Hamilton leading London 1-0. We've got a pitcher's battle here this afternoon, Matt.
We absolutely do, and Luis Ramirez inducing 3 ground ball double plays last week at London, and there was his first of the afternoon. A beautiful time for it. He has now worked around the 2 base runners he's allowed without having to face any more batters than he originally would have had to had those runners not reached base. So nicely done by him. And now the focus returns to, can this offense figure out Luis Perez, who's been working very efficiently himself. And after the leadoff tank by Carlos Dominguez in the bottom of the 4th, it was a very nice recovery indeed by the Majors right-hander. He's been mixing his pitches, doing a great job working inside, outside, keeping everybody off balance. A lot of ground balls himself, and that is the book on him. The Cardinals have been unable to answer outside of that Dominguez homer so far, but they've got a lead, as small as it is, and now's the time where you got to start looking for a little bit more as you get deeper, and he throws more pitches and sees these hitters more.
There's a distinctive playoff feel to these games when the Cardinals are playing the top teams in the league. I know I watched you and Brent do the game on Friday. You could feel it in the Welland game, the way that game was going. You feel it again here today. And all games are big, don't get me wrong. And I don't want to dismiss the bottom 4 teams because we saw Chatham Kent come up with a 7-run comeback to beat the Cardinals. And that could turn out to be a costly loss at the end of the day for the Cardinals. But bottom line is when the top 5 teams are playing each other, games are tense, everybody's into them, and that's a taste of what we're going to see in the postseason. Can't wait for that.
There's great action, a lot of close games between the Cardinals and the top teams.
Jaden Brown leads off, grounder to second, and quickly first out is recorded 4-3. Brown now 0 for 2. He struck out in the second inning, and that'll bring
catcher
Evan McGill.
18, Evan McGill.
Talking about the tiebreakers, Raj, against those higher seed teams, the Cardinals have the head-to-head tiebreaker over the Majors. Even if they lose today, they've already clinched the season series. This is the 6th time these teams are meeting. Hamilton 4-1 in those games. They are currently 3-1 against the Barrie Bay Cats. They've still got to play them twice. 2-2 against the Jackfish.
Those Welland games are going to be big. Oh my.
2 at Welland Stadium in 5 days coming up. Saturday this coming week, and then Thursday, the final weekend of the season. We'll begin a 4 games in 4 days stretch as the Cardinals are going to play a lot of baseball right to the finish.
Fouled back, McGill makes the count 2-1. And obviously, yeah, it's like, as they say in hockey, 4-pointers. All games are important, but when you're playing teams you're chasing and battling, they become of paramount importance. And you look at London, so Hamilton has won the season series. If they win today, they'll be a game back of the Majors. And actually, with the tie, all they have to do is win more, catch that one game. And that's a difference maker when the standings are this tight. 3-1 up against Barrie. One more win against Barrie, but those 2 Welland games, and that Welland lineup is scary, boy. 3-1, the count to McGill. The pitch. Outside. First walk of the game.
First walk for Perez indeed, and the first time we've really seen him lose the zone for more than a pitch or two at a time. I think it's a good idea that Evan McGill went up there in preparation to see pitches after the one pitch out by Jaden Brown got the inning started off. You can't have Perez work too comfortably. Hopefully that sets the table for the bottom of the order to do something here.
Well, we talk about the strength of this team, 1-9. Reyes, a good example of that, hitting 8th. He flied out to center his first time. McGill gets a good lead at first, fouls that first pitch off. McGill, a catcher, has decent speed, not a real base-stealing threat by any means, but you think about hit and run, getting something happening here. Both pitchers, runs at a premium today. Cardinals have the first one. Would dearly love to get a little breathing room here as their bullpen is headed out, but nobody active right now. Smack down the left field line, foul.
And Reyes normally would be a good candidate to execute a hit and run. He's got very good bat to ball skills, got the fewest strikeouts on the team among the Cardinals, who have played close to all of their games this season.
0-2 count to Reyes. McGill lead at first. Perez takes a couple extra seconds, looks in, fires in the dirt. 1-2.
On Thursday night in Barrie, Reyes had what is currently my nominee for Cardinals at-bat of the season, an 11-pitch walk against Frank Garces in the 6th inning. Now, he would end up at second as the bases were loaded, then he was doubled off on an unfortunate line drive double play by Carlos Dominguez. Nothing he could do. What may be it was.
Wild pitch there. McGill rounds second, but no threat to go to third. Ball didn't squirm that far past. Well, especially this day and age, where pitch count is everything, of paramount importance, where pitchers, of course, you know, are lifted. Nobody's throwing 150 pitches a game anymore. No starter is being overused. Even bullpen pitchers are so closely monitored. Those long, difficult pitching at bats make such a difference, Matt. You're right. Always did, but especially now with pitch counts being the way they are. 2-2. That's grounded to short. McGill is caught between second and third. Now is in a rundown. Third baseman carries it back, and he's going to be tagged out. And now, some confusion out on the field. The majors were all upset, but they're not calling McGill out.
What is going on right now?
All right, that's a head scratcher. Ground ball went to short. McGill took a big lead at second base. Shortstop looked him back and then said, all right, I'm going to go get you at third. Got caught in the rundown. So, and Bernardo is now out there asking for an explanation. I don't know what he wants an explanation for, because he's got to be pretty happy because McGill is now leaving. All right, figure that one out.
There must have been a contradiction between what the umpires were saying, is my only guess, because before the play even ended, some of the major fielders, Escoto and Inoa near second base, were livid at whatever was happening. So right away you figured there must have been a call we didn't expect, but then McGill goes back to the dugout anyway, so no harm, no foul for London.
Garner up now. Knocks it past the first baseman. Base hit. Stopping at second base, thinking about going, was Reyes, but Gardner's hit goes into the field. What was unusual about it, it was the London players reacting so, really violently upset. And from where I saw, the umpire clearly signaled out. He was clearly out in the rundown. and then McGill kind of stayed at third base for a little while, and then Bernardo came out and it needed an explanation. So I don't know why anybody thought that play was not an out, but it is what it is. And Hamilton answers with a hit from Gardner. So now we got runners at first and second. 2 out for Brendan Nickel.
Good piece of hitting by Garner using the open right side of the infield past the outstretched dive of Lenahan.
Nichols 0 for 2, couple of ground outs. Pitch low. It's a big moment in this ball game. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. Hamilton leading London 1-0. Cardinals at first and second, 2 out. 1-0 count on Nickel. Smacked into the outfield, deep center fielder looking up, and in his glove at the warning track. Another hard hit ball, but nicely tracked down, and running a long way to get there was Bernie. He's been busy, and he makes the catch. Close, but no call for offense for the Cardinals. No runs, a hit, no errors, 2 runners left on base. And we are through 5 innings of play, and it's a tight one this afternoon, folks. Hamilton leads London 1-0. You're watching Hamilton Cardinals baseball, presented by Life Labs on Cable 14.
Very well done. We want to give a special shout out to a fan that has traveled a long way to come here to the Memorial Stadium today. Our friend Emma, who traveled all the way from England for this game. Fans, let's put our hands together for our long distance members of the Nets. Maya, correction for that, Maya.
Top of the 6th inning here at Bernie Arbor Stadium. Roger Lajoie, Matt Creeley with you. Hamilton Cardinals baseball. Cards up on London 1-0. Starling Joseph leading off the 6th inning here for the Majors. He struck out in the 3rd. Pitcher's battle, an excellent one between Luis Ramirez and Luis Perez. Not giving up much. It's a home run, a solo homer by Carlos Dominguez. The only scoring in this ball game today.
Perez dancing out of trouble in that bottom of the 5th. Score could have easily been more, but Brandon Nickel flying out to the warning track in deep center with 2 runners on. Close call.
First pitch by Ramirez to Joseph, in for a strike. Put some hard hit balls in the game, some good defensive plays, but it has been pitching. Both Luises have been excellent on the mound, and it's Ramirez dealing now. 0-1 count. That's drilled into left field, and that's going to fall for a base hit into the corner. Joseph rounds first, but he'll stop there and go back. So for the 3rd consecutive inning, London has a leadoff single, and Ramirez has done a good job escaping trouble so far. Now David Dreyers will try to keep this inning productive for London.
Champ Garner was playing his friend and former teammate Starling Joseph very deep to pull down the left field line, and I think the fact that Starling yanked it down the line might have actually prevented him from getting to second, because Garner was right there to block it.
Perfect bunt in front of the place. McGill comes out, fires to first, gets the out, but a lovely sacrifice laid down by Dreyers. Now a number 8 hitter in a 1-0 game in a situation like that, that's an excellent bunt. Good strategy as well with runs being a premium. You got to like that call, and especially when you get it down as well as Dreyers did.
Yeah, well planned and well executed. Good job.
I guess you like the bunt every time it works, right? That's what it comes down to.
But you laying out kind of the script of the game and where London was in the order and everything else really makes it seem like a good idea that time. And Jarrett Burney, to his credit, as a 9-man, he's no slouch in himself. He's hitting .322 this season, for goodness sake.
He grounded to short in the 3rd, so he's got a runner at 2nd with 1 out. Pitch high, a little inside, ball 1. Joseph taking a big lead at second base. And you know, the whole idea of trying to get a run across is take advantage of any opportunities. He's way off the bag at 2nd. They're going to throw to 2nd and close. Have they got him? No, they don't. Ramirez thought he was out at 2nd. That was close.
I might have a case. Bang, bang play. Whatever side you're arguing for. Joseph had to get dirty. Nickel right away. Going back to cover the bag. Good throw by Ramirez. Not close enough, says Francesco DiBiase. That pick play at second base nearly came back to haunt the Cardinals on Thursday night in Barrie. It was the reason the Baycats got their 1 run. Hector Jan had a bit of trouble executing it. Had a few errors in the ball game because of multiple errant throws. But boy, when it works, does it ever turn the inning on its head.
Now you get a look at Starling Joseph's uniform now. Goman's washer dryer would really come in handy right about now. Did he ever get a lot of dust heading back as the second pitch is way outside for a ball, 2-0. So the runner's job is to distract the pitcher, and maybe that led to that high up pitch to make the count 2-0, and Joseph is not intimidated, almost being picked off second. He's got just as big a lead right now. Pitch fouled back. Nickel doing his job as well. You see the gameman shit up there. He's right behind Joseph, clapping his hands, glove like he probably here, throw it, throw it. I'll tell you, if there was video review, that one would have been reviewed.
Yeah,
I will say that. That was close play. However, count is 2-1. Runner at second, top of the 6th, 1-0 ball game. The pitch fouled back over the grandstand, 2-2.
Jordan Lewis got real dirty too on his slide into second base when he was caught stealing. Some laundry in order for the London Majors.
Like, I don't think I've ever seen a dirtier uniform than Joseph. Like, he just got all dirt going back into second base. Caught that corner. Beautiful pitch by Ramirez, and Burney was frozen. 4th K of the game. So you talk about swing and miss. There was no swing on that one, but getting the strikeout at key time. Big strikeout there for Ramirez, and that leads leadoff hitter Jordan Lewis, who's 1 for 2.
Left fielder, number 11, Jordan Lewis.
There you go. Gomans, help this man out, please.
Right in the background is the sign.
Sakes.
Look at that.
Wow. A little extra detergent needed for that one. All right, 2 out. First pitch in for a strike. Boy, Ramirez has just had such great stuff. Mixed the pitches well, painting the corners quite often as he did on that last 2-strike pitch. Minimal damage, although last three innings has allowed a leadoff single. But boy, he's been in command. Now going back to second. This time he's in safe.
Having a little more decisively safe for Joseph there as he applies a fresh coat of Bernie Arbor dust.
Like, that's Pigpen right there, folks. Look at that uniform. 0-1 the count. Ramirez focused on the hitter, not on Joseph, who's got another big lead, and fouled back by Lewis, 0-2.
Well, Bernie, the last batter, didn't like that strike 3 call, and I'm certainly sympathetic to an extent. Those borderline pitches can go either way. It's dependent on the umpire oftentimes, but Ramirez has been getting those calls on those fastballs in the outer half so far, so until he doesn't, he's going to keep going there.
As he should. The pitch. A little low, 1-2.
Lewis can put up a good AB. We've seen him do this against the Cardinals at Labatt Park multiple times. Runner in scoring position, 2 out, 2 strikes. He'll battle. He'll have to drag him out of that box.
Ramirez looking in, ignoring Joseph for the moment. Still got a big lead at second. Whacked into the outfield, and that's going to be enough to score Joseph with the lead he had, and we got a tie ball game. Picked up by Duncan, and the aggressiveness of Joseph at second base pays off. RBI single by Jordan Lewis, and London on the board, 1-1.
The first baseman, number 33.
Well, the close call on that pickoff play looming large right now. But Jordan Lewis once again doing his job, and that's the reason that he was elevated to the leadoff spot recently. He's there right now. He'd previously been the 9-man in a couple prior matchups with the Cardinals, but a brilliant 2-strike approach. Again, just doing what he's done ever since he got to London pretty much. Nice line drive base hit. All they needed to tie the game.
Very dangerous Trent Lenahan up. He's 0 for 2 in this one. Fouls that one into the bleachers. Hamilton bullpen is not active, but a lot of bodies out there, a lot of standing around, and I don't think there's any question they would like Ramirez to give them at least this inning, and why not? He has been terrific, but finally the giving up those leadoff hits cost him. And that might cost him because that's deep to left field, and it's off the fence. Coming around third, relay throw coming in, and no point in throwing that ball in. As great speed there by Lewis. Double off the fence for Trent Lenahan. Just like that, the major strike quickly with a pair of runs. It's 2-1.
Well, he only figured that it was a matter of time before the top of this majors order made their presence felt. Trent Lenahan drills that one off the base of the Denninger sign in left center. Garner giving chase, but to no avail. And that keeps the inning going. And now the bullpen's stirring.
Yes, that got the bullpen going, and Luis Bernardo is going to come out and have a chat with Ramirez. So quickly, London gets to work here in the 6th inning. It was a leadoff single by Starling Joseph. He was sacrificed to second on a beautiful bunt by Dreyers. Then played that cat and mouse game, almost got picked off second base, but had a big lead. Bernie struck out for the second out. But when Lewis hit that single into the outfield with the lead he had, easy job for Joseph to score from second to tie the game. And next batter up, as we said, the always dangerous Trent Lenahan doubles off the fence in left field. Easily coming around was Lewis, didn't even draw a throw to the plate. And that's where we're at. 2-1 London. And Escada now 0 for 2 has a chance to add to that lead.
For Ramirez, if you stop and think about the situation of his season, starting in the bullpen and then coming into the rotation after the injury to Fracey Adames, he has done an excellent job, especially against these top teams. I mean, to have a mid-3s ERA in this offense-heavy league when that's your role is a really big deal. The one knock on him is that he's not going to give you 7 or 8 like an Owen Boone can, and that's a very first-world problem, but his pitch count's been low enough that to get this final out of the 6th inning, he's been a pitch away a couple of times. But the Cardinals can and should have faith in him to get this last out, if that's what it's going to be.
First pitch is in for a strike. Yes, until this inning, Ramirez, I don't want to say was cruising, but certainly the first 3 innings, 9 up, 9 down. It only faced the minimum number of hitters through 5 innings because of double play and a caught stealing. So you go through 5 innings and face the minimum number of hitters. You know the pitch count is not a problem, but he's had some problems in this inning. London's got 2 in. That's grounded to third. Is that going to stay fair? It does. Throw to first. in time. Great play all around. Dario at first base. Barrero just made a nice job making sure the runner was tagged. And Escada goes 5-3, so no further damage, but there was damage in that inning. 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and a runner left on base. And now we go to the bottom of the 6th, and for the first time this afternoon in this matchup between the first and third place teams in the CBL, looks like a matchup between 2 highly ranked teams. London leading Hamilton 2-1. We'll see if the Cardinals can answer back against a pretty tough pitcher in the other Luis in this game today.
Luis Perez getting back on that mound for his 6th inning of work. And for the Cardinals offense, now is when, especially because you're down, you got to start thinking maybe a little differently, because so far in this ball game, yes, Perez has worked efficiently, but there have been a lot of hard hit balls that have found gloves. Nichols deep fly out to the track with 2 on in the 5th. Duncan's fly ball in the 1st, Dominguez's line out in the 1st are just a few of the ones that come to mind. They've been doing a good job hitting the ball, but there's no reason necessarily to be too intimidated by what Luis Perez has been doing on that mound today. Yes, he's been quite good, he's been quite effective, and he has the resume of someone who is. They are taking him seriously, as they should, but he has not been overpowering, and even though they've just got the 1 run on 3 hits and the 1 walk to show for their afternoon so far, the process hasn't been all bad. So just got to go up there and do what they've done all season, swing the bat, trust that the way they've been hitting so far today and their approach is going to lead to a crooked number. And that's what it's going to take here.
Speaking of crooked numbers on the CBL out-of-town scoreboard, there are a lot of crooked numbers. The Brantford Red Sox defeated the Toronto Maple Leafs this afternoon 17-2. That eliminates the Toronto Maple Leafs from the postseason officially. Brantford's slim hopes stay alive with that impressive offensive production. Barrie leading Kitchener 14-9. They're in there 14-8. 9. They're in the top of the 9th inning in that one. And Welland, as you mentioned earlier, defeating Chatham-Kent 9-0. So Welland gains a half game on London so far, depending on what happens this afternoon. Toronto is now out, and Barrie with the win, their magic number will go down to, I believe, just 1 to get a playoff spot. Carlos Dominguez with a homer, solo homer in the 4th. 1 for 2, steps in to lead off the 6th, and boy, did that hit him. Oh my heavens. He had the bat down to try to bunt, and I thought it first went off the bat, but he is in real discomfort there. Pitch was very in tight, and I can't say for sure if that ball hit him, but it certainly must have, because he is in some difficulty. First I thought, man, maybe he went off the bat, and he just was like, the way things happened. Never went down, but he's clearly shaking it off. Boy, you hate it when it gets, especially around the head area. That is so dangerous. But, and yeah, it looks like it did, because he's got the hand to the mouth. Now I think he's asking Herman, am I okay? How's my mouth look to you? And he's going to stay in the game. What a trooper, and thank goodness for that. And it's a foul ball.
Ball on impact must have pushed his bat back toward his face, is my only thinking there, with him grasping his jaw. Thankful to see that he's just shaken more than anything else.
Looked bunt for a moment there again. Count goes to 1-1. And again, we're talking about bunting and when to bunt. Leadoff hitter, you always want to get on, but boy, this guy is swinging the bat pretty good right now.
He's shown bunt all 3 times he's been up to the plate so far, and if you need another indication that baseball players are fearless, after that whole thing, what does Carlos Dominguez do? The very next pitch shows bunt again.
Not intimidated, that's for sure. Count 2-1. No activity in the London bullpen as of yet. Now that time Dominguez just stepped back from that pitch and let the ball go in for a strike, count 2-2.
Caleb Swarovski warming in the Hamilton bullpen. Hasn't pitched since Thursday. Got 4 big outs in Barrie.
Wow, hard hit ball down the left field line, but clearly foul off the fence. If that had been straightened out, that might have been some trouble.
Just continuing to scald the baseball is Carlos Dominguez.
His solo homer counts for the only Hamilton run of this game. Cards down 2-1, count 2-2, nobody out. Swings through it, strike 3. Great pitch there by Perez.
Yeah, Luis Perez was sure not going to come back over the inner half again after Dominguez yanked that previous offering foul. Well-placed breaking ball down and away off the corner to get him fishing in the dirt.
4th strikeout for Perez. That brings Herman to the plate. 1 for 2. He singled in the first inning. Struck out in the 4th. The pitch. Beat into the ground. Foul down the left field line. Sun is still hanging around here, around Bruni Arbor Stadium. Some clouds in the background. We may still get some weather later on, but we lucked out based on that early forecast this morning. It's turned into a very pleasant afternoon and a good crowd enjoying themselves here at Bruni Arbor.
I think Darlene Herman fouled that last pitch off his toe. Well, he's reacting right now. Took a second, steps back in.
Rough last couple of batters here. Grounder is short. Nice pickup, but can't make the play. Actually does try to make the play. I was going to say he couldn't make the play. That ball was hard hit. It was a pretty good job for Escada to get his glove on it. And I didn't think he was going to make a throw, but he did make the throw and made the play close. And now Herman
The center fielder.
shaking things off at first base, but he's okay. Just he'll jump back into it at first base, and that brings Duncan to the plate. Hard hit ball to shortstop has Hamilton with a runner.
Well-earned infield knock there for Herman as, boy, doing a great job there was Escado to even find that ball in his glove, but it kind of rolled out of the netting, and that's what got him.
Well, and Escado, I thought, would not throw the ball, but he did and almost made a close play at first base. First pitch of Duncan swung through for a strike.
Herman not super fleet of foot there down the line, so I don't mind Escado from the major standpoint taking a shot at that one, but no dice.
Runner at first, 1 out. For the moment, the bullpen's still quiet. Down the London right field line. Pitch. Grounded to second. This could be a double play. It's not going to be a double play as the lead runner is caught. And that's pretty good base running there by Herman to force the second baseman, although the second baseman obviously could have thrown to shortstop. That ball was hit slowly enough, I think, for a tailor-made double play. But Herman hesitated, made him put the tag on him. And as a result, Duncan reaches on the fielder's choice. 2 out, 1 on.
Boy, very sneaky high IQ play there from Darlene Herman to eliminate the twin killing for sure. Baseball IQ still matters a whole lot.
No doubt. Barrero now up for the Cards. He's 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Swings through that one. Duncan at first. Definitely playoff feel to these games when the big teams meet, and we're in a playoff feel game here. 2-1 London, bottom of the 6th inning. Duncan at first, 2 out, 0-1 count. The pitch, low in the dirt. So London does not play again until Friday, so that bullpen, when they are no longer comfortable with Perez, and they've been comfortable with him, and why not, because he's been terrific this afternoon, will be available. How Hamilton manages the rest of this game will be interesting, because they still got games Monday and Tuesday, Matt.
Well, they sure do. We saw Swarovski up earlier.
Pitch outside, count 2-1. Now, that all said, you're playing London, the team you're trying to catch, top of the league. you're going all out to win this ball game, and you worry a little bit more about what happens Monday and Tuesday on Monday and Tuesday, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the fact that Swarovski is the man warming is certainly an indication the dugout feels the same way.
Fouled back against the fence, count 2-2.
Looking ahead, tomorrow night it's Dakota Parsons' scheduled start day for the Cardinals in Brantford. Now, he hasn't managed to give them much length so far in his first few starts. Didn't escape the third inning last Tuesday against his former team, the Barnstormers. Tuesday is Hector Yonde for the Cardinals.
Feel pretty good any time Hector Yan is on the mound. Red Sox have been playing some decent baseball and blasted the Leafs today 17-2, so they're going to come in hot tomorrow night. Another pitch fouled off by Duncan.
Brantford scheduled to be countering with the right-hander Anthony Porcelato. The Arnold Anderson Stadium has been somewhat of a house of horrors for the Cardinals this season. They were walked off there, their last game there. That was all the way back in early June. Lost there at the end of May as well.
2-2 pitch coming. Duncan with a good lead. He goes. Well hit down the right field line. Big chase on. Falls in. That's going to tie the ball game, and that might even be a triple. Rounding second. Coming to third. Throw comes into third. Goes past him. Cardinals are going to score and take the lead on a triple on the air. 3-2 Hamilton. Well, Barrero smacked that ball down the right field line, got past the right fielder, and then it was a case of great base running, charging around, and I mean charging around was Duncan. And Barrero made it easily into third, and the ball getting past the third baseman allows him to come in and score. And just like that, the Cardinals answer the 2 runs from London with 2 of their own.
Wow. What a play that was. And Roop Chanderdad is out talking to third base ump Ryan Herron, presumably maybe asking if Barrero interfered with the throw from right, is my best assumption. That is the first triple of the season for the Hamilton Cardinals, if you can believe it, and it turns into a Little League home run. How about that?
Yes, Barrero really was motoring around. And Chanderdad is having a long discussion here with the umpire. And of course the discussion, the only thing he could be talking about, I guess, is interference from Barrero. Not that will do any good. So the Cardinals answer back against Perez, tit for tat. Dominguez led off by striking out. But Herman singled and bookmarked that play by Herman to keep the double play out of it, making it a fielder's choice for Duncan. Smart base running. They could not turn the double play as a result because he got right by the second baseman, and the second baseman figured he had to tag him instead of throwing to second, so he tagged him. As a result, could not get Duncan at first. That kept Duncan at first, and that allows Barrero to have a triple, an RBI, and a tie ball game.
Boy, let that be a lesson to all you young ball players out there. Please do sweat the little things because they matter. You never know the domino effect of what can happen, and that one by Herman made that whole play possible.
It looked like a sure double play. It was a tailor-made double play for sure, and that smart base running did the trick. All right, that brings Brown to the plate. First pitch ball. Cards up 3-2. In tight, ball 2.
My favorite thing about that play, Raj, is you could see it on Barrero's face, how exhausted he was after the slide in the third, and then the ball gets away. Oh my gosh, I gotta go another 90.
Grounder between first and second. Second baseman over, fires it, and that will end the inning. But an eventful sixth inning for sure. London scores 2, and Hamilton answers right back with 2 runs of their own. 2 runs on 2 hits and air, and nobody left on base. We're through 6. This is a first place battle, and it's a dandy. The Hamilton Cardinals lead the London Majors 3-2 We're back with the 7th in a moment. You're watching Hamilton Cardinals baseball on Cable 14, presented by Life Labs. Top of the 7th inning at Bernie Arbor Stadium. Roger Lajoie, Matt Creeley with you. You're watching CBL Baseball, Hamilton Cardinals style on Cable 14, presented by Life Labs. 3-2, the Cardinals lead. An eventful 6th inning. 2 runs for London, followed by 2 runs for Hamilton. Not much offense until that last inning, but some exciting offense in that inning, featuring some great base running, Matt.
Who doesn't love a Little League home run, a triple, and then the errant throw or redirect or whatever happened when Barrero slid into third base after his game-time triple allowed him to scamper home, which has given the Cardinals a 3-2 lead. And I'm not sure if this was always the plan, but Luis Ramirez is back out there to start the 7th.
He's back out there to start the 7th. First pitch is a strike, and that's his 70th pitch of the game, so that's probably why he's still in the ball game. He's been very efficient with the number of pitches. Soroski has been warming for the Cardinals. I'm sure he's ready at a moment's notice, but with games still to come Monday and Tuesday, manager Bernardo feeling his starter still has enough maybe to get him a few more outs, and it looks like he's going to get one here. It's his pop up to first. In the glove safely, and the first out recorded. Barrero easily tracking that one down. And a small number of pitches, 2 pitches to get the first out. That's been the key. 71 pitches today.
Glad to see Barrero has collected himself after that frantic trip around the bases.
Tucker Zdanek up 0 for 2. Flied out twice in this one. He's the weenie hitter of the game. First pitch in for a strike. And if you're just joining us and don't know what that promotion is, I'm not going to tell you. Let them guess, man. It's cheap hot dogs if he strikes out. That's how it
There
works.
you go.
Okay? All right, I don't want anyone thinking anything it's not. Ball 1.
That's your last chance, though. Next time, if you missed it at first,
too bad.
Tune in at 4:05.
1-1 count, Ramirez here in top of the 7th. Outside for a ball, 2-1. Soroski still warming up in the Hamilton bullpen. 1 on, nobody out. 73 pitches and counting for Ramirez. Outside, 3-1. Ramirez a little frustrated with that one. Couldn't place that ball where he wanted.
Action in the London bullpen for the first time. The lefty Zach Laird warming up down there.
3-1 pitch. Ramirez fouled off.
Feels like a huge pitch coming up.
Full count pitch, 1 out, top of the 7th, 3-2 game it is, and there it is, and it's a strike 3. Took a little something off, and the weenie hitter delivers. Strikeout. You hungry? You want to go down for a hot dog?
If the game was even a little less gripping, I might take you up on that.
You get me one, and I'll handle it until you get back. Like if that's what your hesitation is.
I'll mull that over.
Great promotion. Eduardo Dolio up 0 for 2, grounded into a double play in the 5th for London. So 2 quick outs here. Again for Ramirez, 5 strikeouts on the afternoon. He has been sharp.
That is a massive punch out of Zdunek right there.
Both Ramirez and Perez with 5 strikeouts in this game. Count 2-0. I suspect we will see a new pitcher for London in the bottom of the 7th inning. And I would suspect this is Ramirez's last inning, but the number of pitches have been low, and he's still dealing. And deals that one, fouled back for a strike.
You can't have Swarovski warming up for too long, though. There's a certain rhythm to all this. Coming out of the bullpen, and he figures to be needed in this game at some point, especially with the score being as tight as it is.
Well, and I fully concur with that sentiment. Sometimes you see teams, I don't think at the major league level, another foul ball, so 2-2. I think you see at the major league level, it's sometimes the lower levels, you see pitchers really being warmed up too often. That's still arm stress. It's not in-game stress. When the pitcher's ready, he's ready. And then if he's not going to come in, I don't want to say you've burned him, but you have wasted some pitches. 2-2, 2 out. Fouled off. Do that again.
Eduardo Diolio has kind of been having the same kind of season as Tyler Duncan. Not a bad season by any means, a pretty good one in fact, but a lot higher in the average and a lot less in the home run department than we are used to seeing, knock on wood.
Ramirez deals, just missed on that one. Thought he had a piece of the plate, a little high and outside. Count full at 3-2. London's lead atop the CBL down to 1 game after Welland gets a 9-0 win earlier today. Cardinals are 2 back. A lot at stake here this afternoon. Ramirez looks in. The pitch. Grounded to short. Nickel picks it up. Takes an extra second to get it over, and that extra second almost cost him, but scooped up by Barrero, and the Cardinals get through the inning. Nickel took a couple of extra steps before he threw that ball. He was settling himself down, but those extra steps I thought was going to maybe cost him, but he just managed to beat the runner. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left, and we hit the 7th inning stretch here in Hamilton with the Cardinals up 3-2 in what's been one heck of a ball game, Matt.
These tight games between the Cardinals and the top teams in the league just keep on happening, and you absolutely cannot shy away from the moment in situations like this if you want to win. And the Cardinals have been toe-to-toe with London all day, the slimmest of leads, 1-run margin. And how about Luis Ramirez? I'm going to assume, given how long he's gone in games up to this point and how long Caleb Swarovski's been warming up and everything else, that was his last batter. And if it was, 7 innings, 2 runs on 5 hits, 5 Ks, no walks, 84 pitches, 56 of them strikes. Remarkably efficient. Just 1 extra base hit given up the entire ball game, Raj. Fantastic outing from a durable arm that the Cardinals very much needed here today.
Very much needed indeed when you consider the schedule, when you consider there's still games Monday and Tuesday to play. You want your starter to take you as deep as you can, and Ramirez was terrific. Economical with his pitches, kept the pitch count down. 2 runs against a hard-hitting team like the London Majors. Quality start with a capital Q. That quality start term maybe gets overused, and I think the bar of quality starts, quite frankly, is not that high, but that's a quality start and an important one for the Cardinals against the first-place team in the league.
Sure is. And now on the bump for the London Majors. They've gone to the bullpen for the first time. It is Zach Laird, the short lefty. Now, do not let his stature fool you. Laird is one of the biggest swing and miss threats out of the bullpen that you will find in the CBL through 14 games and 18 1/3 innings so far this season. 4.91 ERA with a 136 whip. He's got 34 strikeouts to just 13 walks in 18 1/3 innings. The Langley, BC native, 23 years old. He played his college ball at Niagara University, as did Stephen Hospital, relief pitcher on the Hamilton Cardinals. He spent some time in the WCBL, was there with Saskatoon last year, and the scouting report on him contributing to a lot of those strikeouts is a very flat fastball. He's got a lower arm slot, but it gives that kind of illusion that it's rising, carries very well through the zone. Very tough on lefties. Evan McGill is going to have his hands full right now.
And McGill is the leadoff hitter in the bottom of the 7th for the Cardinals. 3-2 Hamilton over London. First pitch. Low in the dirt. So Laird now just to keep this game tight. And the expectation of the bullpen now is you don't give up anything in a 3-2 game in the 7th inning. Slapped into left field by McGill, but Lewis running, and even though he had to go down to pick it up, had that ball all the way for the first out of the inning.
Good swing by McGill, and against a lefty-lefty matchup with a good fastball, you kind of got to think other way, and McGill did pretty much everything right that time, but as it's been often today, right at a glove, and a sliding catch by Lewis.
Well, and we saw it with both Perez and Ramirez, as good as they were. There have been some hard-hit balls in this game. That one was hard hit by McGill as well off of Laird, but into the glove. Another hard-hit ball goes foul behind the plate. First pitch to Reyes is a strike.
It's hard to believe this given the close games that these two clubs have played, especially in recent weeks, but Zach Laird has not appeared in the season series yet. Cardinals have never seen him before.
Laird's second pitch, down low. Part of that, too, though, the Cardinals, especially here in Bernie Arbor, have given some good pastings to this London Majors team. The 11-0 game earlier in the season here, I believe, or 11-1.
And that was 48 hours after an 11-0 win at Labatt Park. But every game since then has been close. They had a 3-1 win here at Bernie Arbor. Raj, you and I were on the call for that. And then the wild 10-9 extra inning victory that London had in late July, and then a 6-4 victory by Hamilton there 7 days ago.
Laird's pitch paints the corner, and Reyes puts his head down thinking, I didn't think that was a strike, but it was a strike. He's caught looking. 2 up, 2 down for Laird, and now Champ Garner up.
That's a confident pitch from Zach Laird, backdooring the breaking ball to the righty. And you can see how the movement of his pitches, again, relative to the slot, that's such an important bit of context when you're looking at the flight of a certain pitch. It's unorthodox with him.
First pitch in for a strike. You're right about Laird not being your prototypical dominating physical presence out there. But boy, he's got good stuff. Second pitch tipped something off it, but just missed. He didn't think so. Count 1-1.
The Majors got some good left-handed options down in that bullpen. Of course, the Cardinals have seen a lot of Dustin Davidson this season. He's near the top of the league leaderboard in appearances, the submarining lefty.
Laird winds and delivers. Foul. Off by Garner. Look out in the stands. 1-2. I would imagine we'll see Sorosky in the 8th inning to face the Majors.
Sounds like a safe bet.
Very high leverage position he's going to be in unless the Cardinals can rally here. They're going to start with a base hit right here as that bloops into right field by Garner and gets past the outfielder. Garner will make it into second. Standing up. Took a weird bounce No misplay, really, just bounced past the outfielder. And Garner stands at second. 2 out, and that will bring up Brendan Nickel with a chance here to extend the inning.
Unfortunate there for Zadunik in right field. It's been a good day, though, for Champ Garner. Cardinals are trying to get him his ABs that he needs, of course, to qualify for the playoff roster, and he's shown up with 2 hits today, both of them going the other way. He's been effective against lefty pitching for sure in a limited sample since returning to the CBL.
Single and a double and struck out. 2 for 3 Garner has been for sure. A good afternoon. Laird's first pitch in the dirt. And a pretty good lead there at second base to Garner is Nickel. Up on the count, 1-0. So Garner, like we saw Sterling Joseph do, has a big lead at second base. That pitch caught the corner, 1-1. Aggressive base running and good defense has been a big part of this game today. Some baseball smarts shown as well. Well played game by 2 top teams, and no surprise when these 2 teams hook up. Slapped right at the shortstop, picked up, throw to first, and that is going to do the 7th inning as Nickel is retired 6-3. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and no runners left on base. We are through 7 innings in this showdown game, perhaps for first place in the Canadian Baseball League. Hamilton 3, London 2 after 7. The 8th inning is on the way. You're watching Cardinals Baseball. Brought to you by Life Labs on Cable 14. Caleb Sorosky on the hill for the Cardinals to start the top of the 8th inning. 3-2. Hamilton leads London. Roger Lajoie, Matt Creeley with you here this afternoon from Bernie Arbor Stadium. A high leverage situation for Sorosky for sure, Matt.
Yeah, Sorosky has been the Cardinals' workhorse, leading the team with 17 appearances out of the bullpen. And in 29 2/3 innings, he has a 4.85 ERA, 1.11 whip. Very nice strikeout to walk ratio. Always like to see that for your pitchers. 32 Ks to just 6 free passes. He got 4 big outs on Thursday night in Barrie. First out of the pen in relief of Hector Yon. And he struck out the side in the 7th in that one.
Starling Joseph up first here to face him in the top of the 8th. First pitch called strike, 0-1. Darius and Bernie still to come in the city for an inning for London. Sorosky's next pitch misses, 1-1.
Sorosky to scoreless inning the last time these two teams met. Scoreless 7th in relief of Ramirez in London. Worked around a walk.
Right down the pipe. Joseph thought it was low perhaps. He takes a walk away.
Four-seam cutter, slider, and changeup for Sorosky.
Now you're seeing at this at-bat the difference in the major leagues with the pitch clock. Joseph taking his time. Swarovski was ready to pitch. Joseph wasn't ready. Now he is outside for a ball, 2-2. Tense field of this top of the 8th inning here in a one-run ball game. Lots at stake. The pitch. And Joseph thought it was low again, and he's going to give the umpire, and he is tossed. Joseph did not like the first pitch, thought that was a ball, and that last one definitely. And he is tossed from the game, and he's coming back for a little more discussion. Now the other umpires get in there, and the London coaching staff telling Joseph, best get on your way, don't make it worse. But Joseph wants more words with the umpire. He is heated.
Well, you can't get that close to an umpire. I think once Joseph started getting right up in Adam Sims's face, he was pretty well gone before he opened his mouth, and that is indeed what happened. Now, he's an important player for the majors, so the coaching staff obviously want to get him out of there before he says anything that could hand him some supplemental discipline, but that's not going to stop Roop Chanardap from voicing his displeasure over the zone as well.
So Joseph's afternoon is done. He's 1 for 3, singled and scored what was then a go-ahead run game-tying run for London in the 6th. Dreyer's now up for London. Those pitches did look low, but 2 strikes on you. Sometimes you can't be that choosy. But he clearly thought 2 of those pitches were balls. Swarovski gets the K. See a playoff feel, 3-2 game. You think, well, all right, well, taking it seriously, that's going to make it right through. Shortstop and second baseman. So base runner on as Dreyers with a single sets the table for Jared Burney.
Nice knock by Burney or Dreyers there. Sounded like maybe he broke his bat off the rip there, but takes it right back up the middle. And well done by him. The bottom of this majors order has a job to do this inning. And Dreyers understood the assignment that time.
Dreyers is at first. Burney steps in. 3-2 Hamilton, top of the 8th inning. Runner at first, 1 out. It has been a tense, well-pitched game all afternoon between these 2 top teams in the Canadian Baseball League. First pitch is called strike. Swarovski looks over at first. Looks in, fires. Hit into center field. Duncan trying to get over for it. Looked like he misjudged it at first, but tracked it down and makes the catch. Boy, Duncan looked like had circled in the wrong area and looked like the ball kind of fooled him, maybe coming off of the bat, but recovered nicely and caught it.
Perhaps a bit of a knuckler there off the bat of Burney. That was a nice swing, but Duncan has more than enough speed and range out there to make up for maybe a split-second misjudgment off the bat. He tracked that one down in a hurry, and he even made it closer than you thought it would be at first for the double play. It was still no contest, but nice defense by Tyler in center once again.
Jordan Lewis up. He's had a good day. 2 for 3. Runs scored and an RBI. Got caught stealing back in the 4th inning. But other than that, been a very good afternoon. He's made a couple of good plays in left field. One great catch against the fence as well. First pitch is strike.
Lewis has been a worthwhile addition to the majors lineup for sure.
Swarovski looks in. 2 out. Count now 1-1. Pitch a little low. So with Welland winning today, they are now 1 game behind London. Hamilton 2 back. Guelph 4 back and Barrie 5 back. Barrie winning today as well. 23 wins now for the Baycats. And Toronto officially eliminated from the playoffs. Runners going. McGill gets it down there, and he is dead by a couple of steps. Oh, Evan McGill with a sensational throw. And Dreyer's caught completely at second base. So for the second time, McGill not only throws out a runner, but makes it look easy. No runs, one hit, no errors, and no runners left after that caught stealing. Great play by McGill, ends the top of the 8th, and we go to the bottom with the Cardinals leading 3-2 as Sorosky gets the job done with a little help from his catcher.
One heck of a day for Evan McGill behind the dish. 2 caught stealings. And the Majors late in game trying to press things top of the order up. Maybe get a little bit of a hit and run going. Not sure if that was the exact intention on that play. You saw a little bit of a half-hearted swing from Lewis. But no matter, McGill has been up to the task. Those are clutch outs recorded on the base pass by the Cardinals against London, and that is going to bring in the second reliever of the day for Roop Janardat's squad. This is going to be Caleb Casey, the right-hander. He got up in the last half inning. The Delta BC native, new to the CBL this year. 18 ball games, 20 innings for Casey. 4.50 ERA, 130 whip, 19 Ks, 11 walks. For Casey, he has appeared in the season series twice. He pitched a scoreless inning, faced 4 batters in the comeback win that London had on July 26th, and then he took the loss last Sunday, was lifted for Dustin Davidson, who allowed the runner that he inherited to come around and score, and he is going to be tasked with dealing with the Cardinals here in the bottom of the 8th. Casey went to school in Queens, New York for the Queens Knights, and he has pitched the past 3 summers before this in Bellingham, Washington in the West Coast League.
And it's a high leverage situation for him for sure, because he's got to keep the Cardinals off the scoreboard. It's 3-2 Hamilton here in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's been a pitcher's duel for sure. Great starting pitching performances by both pitchers. Luis Perez was relieved by Laird, and now Casey, and he was terrific. And Luis Ramirez gave Hamilton 7 outstanding innings. Sorosky coming on, giving him a scoreless 8th. We'll see if he comes back for the 9th or if they go further into the bullpen. But Hamilton would like some insurance, and when you need a run, always good to see this guy come to the plate. Carlos Dominguez, 1 for 3 with a solo homer in the 4th inning.
Dominguez has long been popular here amongst the fans. I've heard so many people this year talk about how great his walk-up song is, and it's definitely catchy. But man, with the weekend he has had, he is totally endearing himself to the fan base right now. Each plate appearance he's had today, as his name is announced over the loudspeaker, the cheers have been louder and louder.
Popular player and an excellent player for the Cardinals this season as he leads off the top of this 8th inning. First pitch by Casey is high, ball 1. So once again, Welland is a game back of London, Hamilton 2 back of London, Guelph 4 back, Barrie 5 back. Those 5 teams will be in the playoffs. Barrie has not got the little X next to their name yet because they still need another victory, but they are 8 games up on Brantford this late into the season. So basically they're the 5th playoff team, and seeding still very much up for grabs, but that one high. 3 straight balls by Casey. But not only are you looking at first place, Matt, as we keep talking about, you want to distance yourself from 4th and 5th, and the Cardinals have been able to do that with a 2-game lead, and the win today would be 2.5. That's a nice little margin here with 9 games left.
Yep, sure is, and that is definitely, I mean, they want first. You ask everybody down there, they want first, and that is certainly something to play for in itself, but to avoid that wild card game would just go a long way toward, getting some much-needed rest before the playoffs, given how chaotic the Cardinals' schedule is right now, but also just some peace of mind, not having your season come down to that one game. That's certainly a huge incentive to win here down the stretch.
So a walk to Dominguez puts him at first, and the fans here making some noise as Herman comes in to face Casey, and Dominguez at first base.
Caleb Casey definitely wild in that first plate appearance, missing by a lot, high and low to Dominguez. We'll see if that was just a first batter thing.
First batter thing, or maybe a home run thing.
Yeah, maybe I don't want you to do what you've been doing to everybody else.
I would rather not. Pitch to you today. Thank you very much. First pitch though to Herman is a strike, so Casey finds that strike zone right away. Big lead for Dominguez at first. Casey looks in, takes his time, fires high, ball one.
Both bullpens on the move. Raj, Connor Corey warming up down there for the Cardinals. Now, Caleb Sarosky can be relied upon for more than 3 outs, so we'll see if he's coming back out for the 9th. To be determined. And then, meanwhile, on the visitors' side, those yellow spikes are unmistakable. That is Skylar Janice swarming for the majors.
Swung through, down to second, and throw in time, and out easily at second base is Dominguez. Good caught stealing, great throw.
Matt Diolio is all over that one. He has been one of the better catchers in the league as far as caught stealing goes this year. Dominguez is out in a cloud of dust over there at second base as he jogs gingerly back to the dugout.
Well, you want to be aggressive. You're trying to add another run, but again, at this portion of the order, with Dominguez at first, Herman, you might like him to get another chance. He's still up, 2-1's a count. We keep talking about bunting. 1-2, pardon me, is a count. Did he go? No, says the first base umpire. 2-2.
Saw Herman had to call time there before that next pitch after the caught stealing because the cloud of dust was just so strong there that some of it got in his eye.
We have seen that with Joseph, who is no longer in this game, on his uniform, how much dust there is out there, and a nice high fastball there. And Herman just whiffed at it. So after a leadoff walk on 4 pitches, Casey settles down nicely. They get the caught stealing, and then makes quick work of Herman, and Tyler Duncan comes to the plate with 2 on, nobody out.
Duncan and Borrero connected with 2 outs to put together the last Cardinal offense we saw.
First pitch high and outside for a ball. And Duncan on the afternoon has been busy in the outfield. He's 0 for 3 at the plate, but did score a big run back in that 6th inning. Another high heater, 2-0. The pitch. Smacked into center field. Into the center fielder's glove. And that will end the inning. And tracking that ball nicely was Bernie, who's made a couple of good plays out in the outfield today. So a bit of a threat, but it's ended with the caught stealing. No runs, no hits. There were no errors and no runners left on base. Hold on to your hats. We're going to the bottom of the top of the 9th in a 1-run game. Hamilton 3, London 2. You're watching Hamilton Cardinals baseball. Brought to you by Life Labs on Cable 14.
-1307. Again, that's ticket number C-1307. Congratulations to Mahim K. Head down to the Cancer Assistance Program table to claim your prize.
Hang in there, Caleb. You've got this.
Top of the ninth inning, Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. We've had a dandy ball game here in Canadian Baseball League action this afternoon, and let's see what happens in this nervous ninth. Sikorsky stays on the mound for the Hamilton Cardinals, who lead the London Majors 3-2. Roger Lajoie, Matt Creeley with you this afternoon, and the top of the order for London, Lewis, Lenahan, Escada. It is not easy. Soroski's got his work cut out for him.
Lewis was at the dish when David Reyes was caught stealing down the eighth, so he'll get another shot here. Soroski 9 pitches in that 8th inning, so he's more than okay to be back out there right now.
First pitch of the ninth is high and in tight, ball 1. London up by 2 games on Hamilton, 1 on Welland to top the standings after the earlier action today in the Canadian Baseball League. Next pitch right down the middle, strike 1-1. And I sense Lewis didn't like that call. We've already seen Starling Joseph be ejected back in the 8th inning. He didn't like the balls and strikes interpretation from the umpire. The pitch hit into right field, coming forward, diving and off the glove. Valiant effort by Dominguez for sure. He dove, got a glove on it. Well, that'll be a base hit for Lewis to start the inning off Soroski and a hard hit ball.
Very nice effort indeed by Dominguez, and he got leather on it, but that ball was hit hard and it was sinking fast. And those are the ones where you're fighting the exit velocity and the gravity. Hard to catch if you're a right fielder. Well done, though, by Dominguez regardless to not have that dive turn into something bad and keep Lewis at first.
Throw to first to keep Lewis close at first by Soroski. So it gets a little more nervy here in the ninth. Lenahan is 1 for 3 in the game as an RBI double in the 6th inning. That put London ahead temporarily 2-1. Good lead at first by Lewis. Shows bunt, and that's a strike. Clouds now rolling in a little bit more here at Bernie Arbor.
Good thing this game was so fast to start.
Well, if you had said earlier today that we were going to have the kind of weather we've had for most of this ball game, you'd take it. Bunted, and McGill wisely lets that go foul because that certainly would have been a sacrifice. 2 strikes, and removes bunt from the play, you would think.
He sure would, and that ball, very high chop there on the bunt attempt by Lenahan. Nicely done to let it go foul. If you had to choose, you just wouldn't face Lenahan at all, but you would think 2 strikes is better than otherwise.
You got to have a lot of guts to bunt on 2 strikes.
Especially now.
Oh, man. The way the game is played and how it's evolved and how people don't like bunting in the first place. And in a situation like this in this game, number 2 hitter with his pedigree, yeah, he's swinging. Striking out, swinging. Big pitch by Soroski. Wow, that's a big strikeout.
Big sweeping breaking ball from Caleb. And the Majors are talking to Adam Sims once again.
Strike zone again is the issue there, and Roop Chandernat's going to have another conversation with the umpire and the interpretation of this, and now everybody kind of getting involved here. The Majors have been displeased all game with some of the balls and strike calls, and they're letting the umpires know it.
Well, whatever this is, it cannot have anything to do with the last pitch because Lenahan swung at it, McGill caught it. There is no deliberation to be had about that one, but are they...
Catcher's interference.
Oh, and here comes Lenahan. He thinks he might have this one. Yeah, good call, Raj.
Well, Lenahan, I don't know if he thinks he has it, but that's the protocol. All right, go back.
Yeah.
Same thing when on instant replay you see in baseball now and on video reviews. Out at second. Just stand at second until they do the review. There's no video review here. but there's a consultation. You talk about a big moment in this ball game.
Yeah.
Oh, my heavens. So runner at first is Lewis. Lenahan struck out. Was he interfered with? The home plate umpire did not call interference. And I'm going to tell you, if the call now becomes interference after consulting with the other two umpires, will there be an argument from Hamilton's side big time? Crucial time in the game, and Roop Chandradat with his hands on his hips, just giving the umpires their space. But he wants to know, look, ask them, didn't you see it? And this conversation has taken quite a while.
Well, it's curious because Lenahan's reaction after that strikeout pitch, he was pointing at something going back to the dugout, and there's something about his demeanor that suggested it wasn't about the zone from earlier, because he chased that pitch. There was no doubt about it, but they were talking about something, and I think that's what prompted the coaching staff to come in. And catcher's interference is, without us knowing for sure, appears to be the likeliest culprit here for this conversation we have.
This conversation has taken an inordinate amount of time. You would think that, you think it wouldn't take that long on the issue. Home plate umpire asking the other umpires what their thoughts are, because clearly he didn't call it. And now Sorosky wants time to keep loosening up here. This is a key moment in this ball game, and now the umpire is going to go to Roop Chandradat and deliver the news, and the news is what? Now he's going to go to Bernardo and tell him. So is the at-bat extended? What's the call here? And now Bernardo will get his 2 cents in.
You got to be sure if you're overturning this, because you don't have replay. The other two umpires, or at least one of them, you would think would have to be beyond a shadow of a doubt.
And the way Bernardo is arguing with this umpire, it clearly is obvious that Lenahan's at-bat is going to be extended here in some form, as he is really having a long-winded discussion with the umpire. We're in the top of the 9th inning. It's a 3-2 game between two of the top teams in the league. There's a runner at first. Looked like a strikeout, and now it looks like it may be catcher's interference or something to extend the at-bat. And Bernardo is really in the umpire's ear, because he was told something clearly he did not like. And Lenahan is back in the batter's box.
This is a new one. We've seen catcher's interference before, but at this point in the ball game, leading to this long of a discussion between the umpires, this is certainly a first, at least for this season.
Lots of talking continues here, and finally the umpire just goes back, takes his position.
All right.
And it says the batter, did he just say the batter's out or the batter's in? What is
still there? I think just still there, 1 and 2. He just flashed, so they're going to call that a ball, I think.
All right, so they call it a ball. Took a long time, but the count is now 1 and 2, and a new life for Lenahan. And Sorosky's got to get his head back into this pretty quickly, as catcher's interference called, automatic ball. Runner remains at first. The count is 1 and 2. Now the umpire coming out again. This is really reaching.
Oh my goodness!
Here, like what is now?
What now?
I guess the game was going too quickly by Canadian Baseball League standards this year. And they had to come up with something to drag it out. But what's to talk about? And now Bernardo comes out again.
So Ryan Herron, the third base ump, flashed 1 and 2 with his hands. And now the Cardinals dugout is like, well, wait a second.
Oh my, so now the umpires will confer yet again on this call. Fans getting a little impatient here in the ballpark, and quite frankly, I don't blame them. This is ridiculous. He's going to look up here, and let's see what he's saying. Now the umpires are talking to the fans.
They're asking what the count was.
Pardon me, the umpires are asking us what the count
Okay,
was.
now he's saying okay, because Ryan Herron clearly, I'm not sure if you saw this, Raj, but when he pointed Lenahan back into the box, he threw up with his hands. I saw this clearly, 1 and 2. I saw him do the 1 and 2. And now they've decided to nullify that ball. I know what I saw Ryan Herron throw up there. Maybe just a miscommunication or whatever.
Okay.
Sorosky throws the exact same pitch that he threw to get him after all that.
So I'm only guessing now. Perhaps they ruled foul ball and he tipped the ball and wasn't a strikeout. But regardless, the bat, for whatever reason, the at-bat continues. Count is 1 and 2. Sorosky's pitch, grounded to short. One hopper, nickel to second, over to first. No throw to first, and wisely holding onto the ball there. But the first lead out is out. 6-4.
The shortstop, number 8, Michael Escato.
So Escato now comes up with 1 out and a runner at first. And Sorosky, good presence of mind, keeping his cool there. Made a good pitch. Hit too softly for a double play, but gets the lead run. That's a big one.
So when the dust settles, it's basically as though he struck him out because
yes,
he swapped runners at first, 1 out.
Yeah, very true. Here's Escato, the pitch, high for a ball. Little strangeness here in the top of the 9th. Of course, nothing could go according to normal in a Hamilton Cardinals game in the 9th inning, could it? That pitch is a strike. Gets a glance back from Escada. Lenahan with a lead at first. Pretty good one. The pitch. That's outside for a ball, 2-1. Caleb Sorosky, big moment for him. Oh, that is skied high. I think it's foul. It's foul. It's foul. No, it's fair. He's calling it fair, and a 2-run shot. Well, no argument from the Hamilton dugout. That ball was hit up a ton. I mean, that ball was out of the fence in the parking lot. A massive, massive shot. I thought perhaps it had gone foul at the foul line, but clearly the umpire right there. And Bernardo is now walking his way out to see the umpire. But not much you can do about it. That's a 2-run homer. My goodness, a 9th inning in these games. What can happen next?
That ball was destroyed. Now, the bench, from what we could see, wasn't reacting too much to the fair call, but Sorosky was livid about it. The infielders couldn't believe it. The bullpen, now they've got the best view of anybody else. Of course, they're going to be biased, but they couldn't believe it either. I'm not sure what good is going to come of this for the Cardinals because you can't. I have a hard time picturing they're going to take this home run away.
Well, and that's exactly the point. I mean, Bernardo taking a few seconds to voice his displeasure, but what are you going to do about it? When there is no video replay, there's nothing you can do. Now, the immediate reaction from the bench was not. I thought it had twisted foul, but boy, did he hit that baseball. I mean, he clobbered that thing. That was 30 feet past the fence. And in the minds of the umpire, stayed fair. And just like that, London back in front, 4-3, folks. That's the CBL. That's Hamilton Cardinals baseball in late inning games. Nothing comes easy.
So now, Skylar Janice, sorry, Raj. Now he's going to be needed in this one. Will be a bottom of the 9th in some form.
No question. He was warming up in anticipation of being and maybe hope of being needed. Pitch is low.
Boy, it's a tough spot for Sorosky as he goes from being in a pretty good position, thought he had a strikeout, to that lengthy delay, followed by a home run that at least he thought, from his reaction, was not a home run, a foul ball. Now you got to settle down and try to get out of this and prevent any further damage.
No matter how this game ends up, both teams are going to point to a handful of different instances where it could have gone differently.
Lesson is don't leave a CBL game in the 9th inning, folks, if you want to see the result, because the final result, because the game is never over in this league. And this one is still not over. It's 4-3 London now. 3-1 the count, 1 out, top of the 9th inning. Sorosky deals, fouled back, 3-2. Full count. Bases empty. London with a 2 spot already here in the top of the 9th to take the lead. Hit into left field. That one very playable. 2 down. I am still trying to get over what has happened here in this 9th inning already. And now we've got some dramatics, I'm sure, coming up in the bottom of the 9th. Zadinek comes up. He is 0 for 3 with a strikeout.
I've received word, Raj, that the Lenahan play, the lights came on in the middle of the pitch. So he was pointing to something. I saw him point up, and I was like, what could he possibly be pointing up for? I think the lights came on while the pitch was in the air or something.
And it distracted him? Is that the intention there?
Seems to be that way.
Well, another fly ball to left field is at least going to end this top of the 9th, and it does. A strange one indeed, but 2 massive runs for London on 2 hits, no errors, nobody left. I said hold on to your hats when we went to the top of the 9th. Keep your hands on your head and keep your hat where it is, because the bottom of the 9th is coming in a strange one all of a sudden. London up 4-3 on Hamilton, and the closer coming in for the Majors to try to shut this one down.
The right-hander, Janice, 33 years old, just celebrated his birthday this past week out of Maidstone, Ontario, in his 5th season now in the CBL. Debuted in 22 with Kitchener, and he's been a London Major ever since. 12 saves last season, led the league. This year he's got a 3.12 ERA in 19 games, 17 in the 3rd innings, 104 whip, 25 Ks to 7 walks, and 8 saves. This is a tough customer that the Cardinals have to deal with right now, but they have had some success against him. The Majors gave him some work in the first 11-0 blowout at Labatt back in late June, and he gave up a solo shot to the now departed Anderson Feliz, and then in the wild 10-inning victory, or 11-inning victory, excuse me, that London had last time out against the Cardinals, he came in to pitch with the bases loaded in the 8th inning and gave up a go-ahead grand slam to Tyler Duncan. That made it an 8-4 ball game before the Majors staged their epic comeback to win that one. So Janice has had a very good season. He's one of the more vocal presences out there on that mound. But the Cardinals have got him this season a couple of times. And they are down 1 going into the bottom of the 9th against a very good closer. The same situation they were faced with on Friday. They dug themselves out of that one somehow. Do they have more chaos for us here?
Barrero, Brown, and McGill will try to provide that chaos here in the bottom of the 9th inning as the Majors try to shut this one down and take a 1.5 game lead, or retain a 1.5 game lead on Welland, and put the Cardinals 3 back atop the CBL standings in that great pennant race we've got going. Let's see what happens here in the bottom of the 9th. Dramatics every game here in Hamilton. Barrero steps in, 1 for 3, had a triple back in the 6th inning. That led to Hamilton taking the lead. The pitch. Low, ball 1. Janice with those yellow shoes. Can't miss those, man, a mile away. Skied into the outfield. No, into the outfield, but the shortstop easily there to squeeze it. One down. Harmless pop-up caught by Scott.
All right, Cardinals fans, keep the noise going. The designated hitter, number 6, Jaden Brown.
Jaden Brown steps in. Cards 2 outs away from what would be a tough loss, but we've seen plenty of dramatics from this Hamilton Cardinals team this season. They got some more dramatics here. First pitch, low for ball.
McGill is the X factor in this inning for me. On deck, he's been very good against righties this season. He's been near the bottom of the order in recent games, but that's going to give him a chance to hit in this spot. That's going to be a big time for him.
The pitch. Another ball low, 2-0.
Keep making noise, Cardinals fans.
Hamilton fans getting into this now. Count is 2-0. 1 out, nobody on. 4-3 majors. Slap foul. Brown hasn't had much luck today. 0 for 3, struck out in the second. Grounded to second in both the 5th and the 6th.
He was dominant the last time these two teams played. 4 hits last Sunday against London.
Another low one, 3-1. Evan McGill waiting on deck. Reyes and Garner behind him, should they get the chance. 3-1. Janice looks in, fires. Ball 4. There's the needed base runner, and here comes Evan McGill, the catcher. 0 for 2 with a walk in this one.
Number 18.
Well, if you watched on Friday, that's what happened on Friday too. 1 out walk. A couple of nice takes there by Jaden Brown on very close pitches. Set the stage for McGill, who's now the winning run.
Can history repeat itself here on Sunday afternoon? Janice fires. That one hits the corner. Strike 1. This has been a tense, terrific battle between two teams battling for first place in the Canadian Baseball League. How's it going to wrap up? 0-1 pitch to McGill. Swing and miss. 0-2.
Janice has got those secondary pitches that have some sharp downward break. It's why the strikeout numbers are high. And even when the platoon matchup is in the hitter's favor, it can cause some chase.
Popped up. Left field side. Third baseman tracking. Battling the sun. Picks it up for the second out of the inning. That was a tougher play. The sun has peeked through the clouds here again. And Dreyers did a good job following that ball. Tracked it all the way. And a big second out. Leaving it up to Reyes.
Now you got to give it all you got, Cardinals fans, for the third.
McGill kind of backed himself into a corner, down 0-2, had to put a defensive swing on the ball, and unfortunately for him, that one just didn't get out of play. Let's see if Reyes can keep the line moving.
Runner at first, 2 out, bottom of the 9th, 4-3 game. Reyes steps in. Janice fires. Low in the dirt, ball 1.
Champ Garner's still in the on-deck circle, but Yammer Hernandez, who's on the Cardinals bench today, has taken some hacks over there on the other side of the dugout. We'll see if he is called upon here. It's a pinch hit. Should Reyes extend the inning?
Reyes 0 for 3 this afternoon. Janice fires. Rounded into the dirt. Foul. Count is 1-1. Playoff-type atmosphere here at Bernie Arbor. Bottom of the 9th in a 1-run game. 1-1 the count to Reyes.
Janice fires. Grounded to shortstop. Throw to first. Ball game. The London Majors with a 2-run homer in the top of the 9th inning. A little controversy involved. Janice celebrates, and the London Majors get a big 4-3 win over the Hamilton Cardinals and take a 3-game lead atop the standings. And Janice was doing a muscle thing at the Hamilton dugout, and the Cardinals didn't take it very well. The umpires are now out there to separate the teams, and Roop Chandradad is telling his team, let's get off the field. It was an emotional afternoon with some of the calls and the balls and strikes, and Janice was very vocal after the game was over. Sorosky out there, he doesn't like it either. And the London Majors will walk off the field. Let's hope they walk off the field with a 4-3 victory. Bernardo comes up, shakes hands with Roop Chandradad, and cooler heads prevailing. And that's a smart move by Bernardo. It's not going to do any good to cause any problems here, and a couple of players coming over for a handshake. You know what? I like that. It's a game. Take it easy. And yes, even Sorosky takes a hug from a London player. There you go, an emotional afternoon, folks. You think the playoffs are going to be any fun in the CBL this year? Because this is the type of intensity you're going to see in a couple of weeks. This was a battle for first place. It went back and forth, and the Hamilton Cardinals come up on the short end of a 4-3 decision, and some emotion at the end of the game. Janice was doing the big muscle flex on the mound. The Cardinals didn't like it. Cooler heads prevail. And end of the day, Matt, what a big victory for the London Majors here this afternoon.
Yeah, it sure is. And first and foremost, credit is due for the Cardinals. That was an 11-game home win streak that was just snapped. They went almost 2 months without losing a game here at Bernie Arbor Stadium. And even this one was decided by 1 run and a 2-run homer in the 9th inning. So they've been playing great ball at home all season. This was a weird one. I think you could talk about the lights going on in the Lenahan at-bat and whether that ball was fair or foul. There's a lot to discuss here in this one.
Hey, you gonna do it? Just be a spray. Relax.
Bear spray is designed to stop a 400-pound animal. On a person, it can cause intense burning, temporary blindness, breathing distress, and panic. Using it, it's not a prank. It's assault. An assault means charges, criminal record, consequences that just don't disappear. Know someone carrying bear spray? Don't want to tell your parents? Don't want to tell your teacher? And you definitely don't want to call police? Fear not. There's a solution. Crime Stoppers. 1-800-222-TIPS. 100% anonymous. No caller ID, no court. No one will ever know it was you.
Welcome to Retro Game Time's Top 10 segment, and this Top 10 we're going to talk about is...
the top 10 shooters of the N64. Boom, bang, and whatnot. Those are the sounds of a good shooter game. So, before we get to number 10, let's declare what number 1 already is, which is number 1, GoldenEye. What else is there to be said about one of the most influential games of all time? A game that had no right to be as good as it turned out, with a multiplayer mode that almost didn't get added until the last minute, yet is one of the greatest couch multiplayer games ever, with a single-player mode that punches well above its weight class. GoldenEye revolutionized the first-person shooter genre, improving on the formula that Doom and Quake had laid out. Number 10. Win-back covert operations. So with the obvious choice out of the way, let's choose something a little less known. Win-back covert operations is a third-person stealth shooter that takes inspiration from the PlayStation classic Metal Gear Solid, where you play as a secret agent infiltrating a military command center to destroy a world-threatening laser system. But along the way, you realize that things aren't all as what they seem. Well, this game seems like poor man's Metal Gear Solid actually pioneered the covert system that many video games use today, like Gears of War and, hilariously, Metal Gear Solid 2. Number 9, Quake 2. It'd be disrespectful to ignore either Quake or Doom, pioneering shooters that made their way onto the N64, on a list of the best shooters on the console. However, while it is nice to be able to duke it out with a controller, they play so much better with a mouse and keyboard on a PC, so I'm only placing this at 9. Quake 2 is probably the more realistic of the Doom Quake games on the console, but incorporates a lot of the shooting mechanics that still make it a really fun game. Number 8, Forsaken. It's a first-person shooter set in the post-apocalyptic 22nd century where you fly around tubes, sewers, and other industrial environments and hunt down enemies with upgradable weapons and bombs. While it can be disorienting the first time playing it, once you get used to it, it's one of the more unique experiences on the N64. Highly detailed for the console, Forsaken was actually one of the benchmarks for video gaming back in the day, considering how detailed it was at the time. Number 7, Army Men Sarge's Heroes. Our next game on the list, and the next game we're playing today, is Army Men Sarge's Heroes, a third-person shooter where you play as the classic plastic toy Army Men, shooting and destroying your enemies in team combat in maps centered around a typical suburban household like bedrooms and washrooms. While the game isn't the deepest shooter around, it can't be ignored that it's overwhelmingly fun, and its goofy and silly nature really does make for a fun time. Number 6, 007 The World Is Not Enough. After the overwhelming success of GoldenEye, Electronic Arts bought the license to James Bond games and started publishing solid shooter after solid shooter to capitalize on the intellectual property success. And The World Is Not Enough is a perfect example of that. Smooth combat, solid shooting mechanics, a one-to-one following of the James Bond movie complete with voice acting, as well as incorporation of Bond gadgets and a solid multiplayer mode makes it one of the best games on the console, and one of the rare times its N64 version is better than its PlayStation version. Number 5, Turok 2. What shooter list on the N64 can be complete without mentioning one of the secret icons of the N64, Turok? Turok, the dinosaur hunter, is a Native American tax accountant who files taxes for the KGB. What do you think I was going to say? While Turok 1 is a classic for a reason, Turok 2, Seeds of Evil, really boils down the formula of what makes the game good and doubled down on the seedy backstory behind Turok's quest, focusing on the sci-fi elements and really solidifying its shooting elements. And like any good N64 shooter, it has a radical multiplayer mode that makes it a mainstay in any N64 collection. Number 4, Perfect Dark. Generally known as the spiritual successor to GoldenEye, Perfect Dark is a first-person shooter set in the future that follows Joanna Dark, an agent who's sent to find a doctor to help her organization. But as events and the plot transpire, all is not what it seems, as Joanna is caught between two invading alien races. If you've never played Perfect Dark, the simplest way to describe it is just GoldenEye 2.0. It's the same game with upgraded graphics and weapons, mechanics, set to a whole different story. It's got a multiplayer mode with more features, as well as a chance to play against AI enemies. So if you got no friends like me, it's the perfect multiplayer game. Number 3, Pokemon Snap. Now, after all the violence and conflict I've shown on this list, why would I play such a casual game like Pokemon Snap on this list? Well, you've got your first-person mode, and you're shooting Pokemon with the camera. I guess that's all a technicality, but whatever, I'm making the list, not you. Pokemon Snap is one of the more unique games on the N64, capturing the magic of the Pokemon craze in the late 90s into more than just the RPG we all played on the Game Boy. You play as Todd Snap, who's tasked with taking pictures of all the Pokemon on Pokemon Island by Professor Oak. You take your trusty camera and take your nicest pictures while also poisoning, concussing, and hypnotizing the Pokemon around you to make sure they get in the best poses for the best score. Number 2, Star Fox 64. The iconic Nintendo first-party game, Star Fox 64 follows Smash Bros. Alumni Fox McCloud through a series of levels and worlds to stop the evil Andross from destroying the galaxy. You man your ship through dangerous and colorful levels, completing or accomplishing missions to progress to stop the giant robotic evil monkey and his armies. Not only is Star Fox 64 a spiritual successor and futurized versions of all those classic space shooters like Space Invaders or Galaga, and has an extremely solid multiplayer mode. That's all we got on this list.
It's packed to the rafters in the Edmonton Arena. Everyone is feeling the pressure on the Grabs as they await the American champs. Here's the Cleveland favorite Knits now, and boy, do they look impressive.
Look at their uniforms. I bet you could sure run in smart shirts like those. Not that. Look, world champs, my eye.
Grads, we don't play for glory. We play the game for the game's sake. So tonight, you're going to earn that title by playing your game. Teamwork, passing. Let's show them what it means to play the Grads.
The Edmonton Grads were champions for 25 years. The record of 502 wins and only 20 losses is unmatched in all of sport.
Oh, hey there, my name is Steven Sobot, and I'm your host for Breaking Pack, the show that opens up the latest and newest trading cards to see what we can find inside these boxes. From Pokemon to Magic the Gathering to hockey or other sports to what other card game I get my hands on. Catch us on Mondays at 8:30 p.m. Check out Breaking Pack here on Cable 14 to quench your thirst for cardboard addiction.
Will the defendant please stand?
What do you want? One last chance. I hope I never make you mad. You left me alone. I couldn't save us! For every action, there's a reaction. I don't know how to do anything else. Neither do I.
You a cop?
Not exactly.
I want you to marry me.
Not guilty.
Alcoholics Anonymous. We're here to help.
We're about to start the meeting. Welcome to anyone new.
For more information, visit aa.org and download the Meeting Guide app.
Hey, my name is Julianne Visner, and we are here today at Play with Play on Locke Street. I'm here with my cousin, the owner of Play with Play at Hamilton, Isabel Visner. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
I'm so excited for you to be here today. Should we make some stuff?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining me.
Oh, I'm so happy to have you here.
Awesome. So this is great. I've got my paint set up here. And tell me a little bit about what you can do here.
Yeah, okay. So you can come in as a drop-in. And when you drop in, you can paint something off the shelf, or we can show you how to make something from clay. So it always starts with a little demonstration, and then we're never too far to offer you help along the way. We also offer more structured classes, so if you want to learn the spinning wheel, that's something that we teach as well. We teach that as a single session or as an 8-week class. And then we also do parties, and we can come to you or you can come to us. We do lots of stuff.
I don't know about you, but I had so much fun today. Thank you so much for letting me stop by. So where can we find some more information for booking parties or classes or even drop-ins?
You can find us on our website. It's www.playwithclay.ca, or on our Instagram or any social media.
Awesome.
Julianne, it was so nice to have you today.
It was so nice. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us, and I'll see you next time somewhere in Hamilton.
My dad was a railway porter. It was just about the only job a black man could get. But he had big plans for us. Music would be our ticket out of poverty. I knew we couldn't afford that piano, so I practiced twice as hard.
Nice, Daisy. Okay, Oscar, let's hear it.
Turns out, I wasn't half bad. Then I found jazz, or it found me. It wasn't all easy, though. I faced a lot of hate. But I found my stage. They call me the man with 4 hands. Well, I don't know about that, but let's see how far this ticket takes me.
From Montreal to Carnegie Hall and far beyond, Oscar Peterson became one of the most recorded and celebrated jazz musicians of all time.
Hamilton is a city best understood from the street, and today we're seeing it from the front seat. Join me as we ride along with Police Chief Frank Bergen to talk leadership, public safety, and the city he has spent a career serving. Buckle up.
Tune into the front line where we give you a front row seat to what's going on in our community. Please join me as I sit down with the chiefs each month to give you an update and educate you on what's happening with our frontline services. Make sure you tune in Fridays at 6:30 or join us on cable14.com.
I'm Rudy Wallace, host of Hamilton's Vital Signs, a show where we talk about the many aspects of community life that make our city vibrant and inclusive, and a show where we talk about the many challenges that we collectively face. If you want to take a look, tune in Tuesdays at 7:30.
Welcome to the Dylan Show. Today on the show, I chat with former Tiger Cat Jason Riley, also a former McMaster Marauder coach as well. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss it. Hello, Jason.
Hi, Dylan. Wow.
How are you doing today?
That is a really cool tiger cat den you got there.
Thank you. Thanks for coming on my show today.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Dylan.
We've got lots of fun talking about your book and talking about your career as well.
I've been looking forward to it.
Well, let's get into the question, shall we? You ready?
Sure.
All right. So, Jason, you played 11 years in the CFL and then taught high school. Which one was harder?
Oh, teaching high school. You know what? I loved them both, Dylan. I loved them both. But they both had different challenges. You know, having a 30-year teaching career, which overlapped with football, because I started teaching when I was still playing, right? Because I had 3 small kids and I knew I had to be ready with a second career when I finished playing football. And when you play football, you kind of have to have the mentality that you're indestructible, right? Because it's that sort of a demand, you know, on your body and your mind and everything to be focused and successful when you're a player. And you can't imagine not playing anymore, right? But at the same time, you have to prepare for when, you know, inevitably you have to move on from the sport because your body just can't hold up to it anymore. And so you have to have something to go to. So I overlapped with teaching. I taught in the off seasons for 4 years while I was still playing, and then slid into a teaching job after my football days were over. And it was full of challenges that were just equally difficult as a pro football career, but in a different way.
Nice. Now, in your book, you talked about how you got your nickname Mad Dog. Tell me about that. I love that. I love that little story in the book.
Well, if you read the book, Taming Mad Dog, right? The beginning of the book talks about my childhood and how I was a small kid and I was bullied and we moved a lot. So we were always new in the neighborhood, and kids get bullied. And I don't think there's anybody that has never been a victim of bullying, but I got a lot of it because of circumstance and wearing different clothing and having a different haircut when we moved to a new place, that sort of stuff. And so I started fighting as a young kid to defend myself from bigger kids that were picking on me all the time. And so then I found football, and football gave me an outlet for all my, anger as a kid being bullied. And I played an aggressive form of football because of that. I love sliding that helmet on and letting it all hang out, if you will, on the gridiron, and in between those white lines, it's a very physical game. And the higher you go in football, the more physical and the more demanding, and the more it becomes a battle in the trenches. And, to use a military term, up front, the offensive line and the defensive line, it's hand-to-hand combat, And so at UBC, I had this kind of tenacious attitude. And I was even known to growl a little bit on the football field when I was chasing quarterbacks playing defensive end for the UBC Thunderbirds. So my teammates gave me the nickname Mad Dog. So I had to live up to that for the rest of my career,
I love it. Now, in your book, you also talk about roommates coming in late. Were there no bed checks?
Oh boy. Yeah, there's bed checks. There was bed checks. You had to hope that you didn't get caught, right? I always tried to be home by our curfew time because I was a team guy. But the odd time you get in a situation, where it's tough to get back, and there's a few times that guys had to kind of sneak in so they wouldn't get caught and by the coaches and get in trouble and whatnot. But there's all kinds of hijinks going on and different things happening that required guys to kind of bend the rules a little bit, right? But by and large, as a team over the years, we always tried to get in on time and get prepared for the games, which is the important thing, right? To win the games.
Now, Ron Lancaster told you that there were only 13 players in football. The rest just have different names. Is this true?
Well, Ron Lancaster was a brilliant guy and a brilliant athlete and a brilliant coach. And he was also an excellent announcer on CBC before he went back to coaching. And he used to be a guest coach while he was at CBC. He was a guest coach at our training camps down at Brock University for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. And Brock would host us and do a great job with the training table. We had the whole campus to ourselves. It was really awesome. And Ron would go out early. He would always be out on the field early, getting ready to coach the quarterbacks, And I would get out early, and most of the O-line guys would get out early because, we'd get dressed, taped early and dressed and ready to go. And we'd be out there ready for practice. And then, I would always kind of gravitate over to Ron and have a chat with him before practice. And I asked him his philosophy on offense, in the offensive game in the CFL. And he said, you know what, Jason, doesn't matter what brand of football it is. He said, really, there's only 13 different plays in football. It's just everybody calls them different names, right? And it's funny, but in a sense, it's true. And what he meant was that, all the wrinkles and all the things that coaches try to add, the fundamentals don't change.
Now, question 4, who has the best pizza, BC or Hamilton? And does pineapple belong on pizza?
Wow, that's a tough call. That's a really tough call because pizza is a staple of my diet. It's one of my favorites, But I do have a special place in my heart for Olympia Pizza in Vancouver because I had an incident there that I describe in the book. And me and the owner became fast friends forever because, once again, in line with the bullying, as I grew bigger and stronger, I ended up defending the kids that were being bullied. And that included if I saw someone being harassed. And we were in this restaurant in Vancouver, my wife and I, after a dance at UBC, And I had just met the owner of the restaurant a few weeks earlier because I'd moved into my basement suite. You know, he was a great guy, and he was being harassed by these customers. And so I walked over there to see if I could support him in any way. And some guy had thrown his lasagna against the wall, you know. I guess he was drunk and acting like a buffoon. And, you know, I felt terrible for the owner, George. And I put my hand on his shoulder and I said, George, I'm with you here. Can I do anything to help? And then the guy, one of the guys in the box says, who invited the big blonde gorilla? Right? You know, because I had hair back then. I had hair down to I had a mullet, right? And they laughed. The guys laughed and they're drunk and they're trying to mock me and harassing George. And I said, George, you know, just let me know if you need any support. And he said, I'm okay. But later on, they caused more problems and they refused to pay their bill. And one thing led to another. And I won't go into the details, but I went outside and helped straighten things out. And then from then on, I never paid for a pizza in Olympia Pizza. And I you know, he fed me as long as I was a student. You know what I mean? Now I go back, obviously, and I pay for my meal, but he wouldn't let me pay for like 3 years. I was a student there, living in that basement suite, and he would not let me pay for a pizza because I stuck up for him. And so I gotta say, Olympia Pizza is my favorite pizza. But I love. There's so many great pizza restaurants in Hamilton. I just love the restaurants in Hamilton. Everywhere you go, there's a different, you know, specialty. Right. And I am honorary Italian, even though I'm not Italian. I'm honorary Italian because I love Italian food. And there's so much great Italian food in Hamilton. It's unbelievable.
I love it. Now you were an offensive lineman, but only you were on the defensive line. Which was easier?
Oh, well, once again, it's like, you know, the challenges of playing and teaching, right? Like, they're different realms, but they both have their difficulties, right? So offensive line and defensive line, some fans may not realize how much different they are, you know? Like, they're completely different positions, and you even have to have a different stance. You know, and a stance, what I mean is, you know, when you put your feet in your hands, wherever you place your feet and your hands before the play, that's called your stance, right? Because you're stationary before the snap. So, you know, I played defensive line all through high school and university, and I was drafted by Winnipeg as a defensive lineman, right? Defensive end. And I made it, and you know, I was really excited about playing for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers at the time, not anymore. But I broke my foot during the fourth game. I broke my foot, and it put me out for the season because they misdiagnosed it. They didn't think it was broken. I was riding a bike for 3 weeks with a broken foot, and it made it worse. And so anyway, it put me out. Then I got traded for John Hufnagel. I got traded to Saskatchewan, and John Hufnagel went to Winnipeg because you know, they needed help in the stretch as a quarterback because Tom Clements didn't break it, but he separated his shoulder. So that was a crazy thing. And then I ended up in Saskatchewan, and what did they do? They converted me to offensive line. I had never played offensive line in my life. I hadn't even played one down of offense. So at any position. So they asked me to learn offensive line so that I could back up, because I was, you know, basically a rookie, and I could back up defensive line because I knew that. And then I could back up offensive line, and I could play on all the special teams. So I played on every single special team, which is in the CFL, in the Canadian game. If you're have a starting role on every special team, so you're talking field goal return, talking punt return, and kickoff return. Those are all, for those that, you know, fans that don't realize that, those 6 teams are different units. They're platoons. And throughout the game, in the Canadian game with 3 downs, if you're on all those teams, it's almost like starting at a position on offense or defense. Like you get so many reps, right? And so I was playing on every special team, and I was backing up offensive line and defensive line for Saskatchewan. And I learned the ropes. I started learning the nuances and the differences of both. And so I started to enjoy offensive line more. I didn't think I would as I learned more. But you have to change your stance. You have to change your thinking because, you have to know what the play is. You have to know what the snap count is. On defensive line, you put most of your weight on your hand because you want to move forward as quickly as you can. And you're watching the ball. You're not listening to the cadence because if you listen to the cadence, they're going to draw you offside. So you got to watch the ball and move on the ball's movement. When the ball moves, then you go. And you just pin your ears back and fly upfield and and try to cause havoc in the backfield, if you will. And whether it's pass or run, you have to recognize that and act accordingly. But on O-line, it's completely different. You have to be passive on the line of scrimmage in a 3-point stance until the ball is, or a 2-point stance, until the ball is snapped. And you have to know the cadence, and that's one of your advantages on O-line. You know the snap count. So if you screw up the snap count, you're offside, you get a penalty, right? So, and also your technique is much more challenging to learn the technique of offensive line because you're going backwards. Like, usually you set the pocket and you're moving backwards, and you still have to be physical and nasty and deliver punches with an open hand. Open-handed punches inside on the numbers and that it's like a battle of a hand-to-hand combat in the trenches of the offensive line, the line of scrimmage. And so you're going backwards and still asked to be physical and deliver a blow, right? And stop the defensive momentum. So it's a completely different position. And some people don't realize how different it is, right? And so they both have their own challenges. Because when you're playing D-line, you got to cover the entire field. You got to run forever on the big Canadian field, which is way bigger than the NFL field, right? And so, physically, the defensive line position is more challenging. Mentally, the offensive line position is more challenging because of all those different permutations.
Okay, Jason, I want to chat more with you, but we're going to take a short break, so stay tuned.
Introducing the all-new Cable14.com. Watch what you want, when you want. Watch all of Cable 14's content live or use the website's TV guide to search for your favorite program. Discover what local events are happening in Hamilton and learn how to get involved at Cable 14 as a volunteer or community producer. Right here, right now at Cable14.com.
Now, who was the easiest quarterback to get along with?
Easiest quarterback to get along with? Well, I played with so many quarterbacks, and they're all different personalities, right? Wow. I'd have to say, let's see here. I'll tell you, Dieter Brock was really easy to get along with. I played with Dieter Brock in Winnipeg and in Hamilton when I came, because we both ended up getting picked up by Hamilton after we played together in Winnipeg, right? Ken Hobart was a real gentleman. Ken Hobart, he was a different cat. He was like a quarterback that played like linebacker. He liked to knock people down. He was about 6'2" and about 230, and like a big, powerful fullback, and he could run. But he also could throw. So in 1985, we went to the Grey Cup 3 years in a row with 3 different quarterbacks, right? in 1984, Dieter Brock, we went to the Grey Cup and lost it, unfortunately. In 1985, went to the Grey Cup with Ken Hobart at quarterback, and then we lost that one, unfortunately, against the BC Lions. And then in 86, we had Mike Kerrigan, and we actually won the Grey Cup with him in 1986 against Edmonton, and nobody expected us to win that game because we were the underdogs. And then, of course, we played in 89, the game we should have won in the Sky Dome, and you know, that was against Saskatchewan, right? So the quarterbacks, I think Ken Hobart was probably the most laid back kind of guy that just kind of played the game kind of wild and loose and looked for people to run over.
Now, speaking about the Grey Cup, after the Ticats won the 1986 Grey Cup, you received the City of Hamilton gold ring and a Grey Cup ring. Do you ever wear them?
I do at special occasions, Dylan. I wear most important one, my wedding ring, every day. But the other rings I wear at special occasions because they're so detailed, right? And I'm very proud of them because each one of them represents, you know, something that we created or we accomplished as a team, you know, and but they're so detailed. They have your name and number and the year, and they have little images of the Grey Cup, or if it's the Vanier Cup ring, they have images of the Vanier Cup team and that. And so you don't want to wear them out like doorknobs. You know, when you're wearing them every day, you know, you're opening doors and you're doing things with your hands that they damage the rings. So I don't really generally wear my rings unless it's a special occasion.
Now, you were a bouncer at a bar in your early days. Do you recommend this as a career choice?
That's a good question. No. Well, Mad Dog, of course. You know what? Like I said, I started out fighting a lot when I was a kid, and I learned, you know, I was a street fighter, and football kept me out of jail because it gave me an outlet for that, you know, aggression and anxiety and anger that I had from my childhood experiences being bullied. And so naturally, you know, I got a job as a bouncer at the Caribou Trail Hotel in Coquitlam, in BC, when I was going to UBC. And the owner of the pub was smart. He hired Simon Fraser, like the restaurant was kind of between Simon Fraser University and UBC. So he hired the biggest guys from Simon Fraser and the biggest and toughest guys from UBC. And we all worked together. We were crosstown rivals. When we played on the field, we hated each other, right? It was like, you know, the Argos and the Tiger Cats. But when we were working together as bouncers, we had each other's backs, you know? And so we worked really well together. And to tell you the truth, there was some, it was like Roadhouse, you know, the movie Roadhouse. It was crazy. Like we had some great bands playing in there. And as long as we had like 500 people in there. And as long as we had a lineup of people out the door, when the police drove by, they thought, oh, they're controlling the crowd. They got a big long lineup waiting to get in. They must be controlling the crowd. And they would just drive away. Meanwhile, the place was just packed, and there was girls dancing on the tables and you know, all kinds of crazy stuff going on and great live music. But you know what? We're in a lot of fights because when everybody came in, they had to walk by all these huge bouncers. So they didn't want to start anything because they knew they'd get thrown out.
Love it. Now, going back to your book, being bullied is a big part of your book. I can relate to this as well. What advice do you have for someone who is being bullied?
Well, I'll tell you what. It's a big issue. It's a bigger issue in today's society than it was when I was a kid, because now it's happening online, and so kids can be victimized 24/7. Whereas when I went home, I'd be bullied at school or on the way home, and then when I get in a fight on the way home, you know, because of it, I'd get home and I'd have a safe environment, right? And nobody else could bully me at home. right? Because I had a really close family and all that, and great parents. But nowadays you can't do that. You go home and kids have everything known to man. They have iPads, they have cell phones and everything else. And too much of it is really, really bad for young people. And it's unfortunate. It results in depression and in heightened suicide among teenagers. It's, statistically, it's shown that suicides are rising amongst our teens. And I think there's a direct link between social media and depression and suicide rate. If you're being bullied, the people that are bullying you need to be stopped, right? And first of all, notify an authority that you trust. Secondly, turn off your device. Turn off your device so that you're not reading this BS that they're putting on there that's 90% of it's not true, and they exaggerate these things, and then it gets perpetuated and shared and goes viral and all the nonsense that creates. Turn your device off. Learn to find other ways to entertain yourself, like reading a good book, finding a craft or a hobby.
Like this book.
Exactly, right? Like, writing, writing is a great hobby. The arts, I'm an artist, I draw and I paint. You've got to find something that other than, the internet.
Good advice, Jason. Now, did you have a hero or inspiration when you were growing up?
Yeah, I had a lot. I had my first hero was my big brother, John. He's a great guy, and I always idolized him. And he never bullied me, but he was tough with me. And so, if I was being bullied by somebody and I would tell him, I'd expect him to go and beat him up, but he wouldn't. He'd say, Jason, you got to fight your own battles, right? And so he toughened me up in that regard. And then he was also a great wrestler, and I have a little brother too. So we were all like bear cubs, my dad would say, wrestling in there. If it's, as long as you're safe in your home or you're in your backyard wrestling with your brothers or your siblings, girls are good wrestlers too. And, so he was my first idol. But I really admired Muhammad Ali. I really admired him for the things that he did in sport. He used his sport to create change in a positive way, and he was such a showman. And the thing is, he wasn't a showman. You see these people that they talk the talk, but they can't walk the walk. You know what I mean? Like, they're big talkers and then they flub it on the field or in the ring, whatever. But Muhammad Ali always lived up to his hype, Like, he was so fast. I believe this too, Dylan. He was so fast when he turned the switch off and the light, he was in bed before the light went out.
Now, my last question for you, Jason, tell us a fun fact about yourself.
A fun fact about myself? Well, you know what? I've got a little white sports car it's in the book, and I bought it from a high school art teacher, Mr. Chappelle. I bought it in 1983, and I've maintained it, and I've upgraded some things, but it's mostly stock. And yesterday I was at the Ontario Zed Fest in Toronto at Nissan Canada. My car won first prize amongst the 280Z stock category.
Well, thank you so much, Jason, for coming on my show today. I really appreciated it.
Dylan, it's been a pleasure, and I hope to do it again sometime.
That's it for the Dylan Show this week. We'll see you next week. Thanks for tuning in.
I am a champ.
I am a champ. I am a champ. I am a champ.
I am a champ. A member of the Warham's Child Amputee Program, thanks to your donations.
Get ready to blast the past with Retro Game Time. Watch as gamers from around Hamilton battle it out in the ultimate retro gaming showdown. Who will outplay, outlast, and be crowned the ultimate Retro Game Time champion? Plus, don't miss our thrilling Top 10 in each episode where we rank the unforgettable highlights and hidden gems of the gaming world. Tune in, level up, and catch Retro Game Time on Cable 14.
The following content has been provided by members of the greater Hamilton community.
Today we have a super easy DIY plumbing episode for you where we're going to teach you how to tackle your home's plumbing systems, replace a cartridge for your Moen faucet. But before we get to that, I got to catch up on this last soldering joint. It's that time again. Load the truck. Ladders, tools, all materials. And don't forget the coffee maker. Let's go. Love home rental? Don't change the channel. I am your host, Bob Asadorian of the Just Ask Bob Show. This show is interactive, always two goals in mind. Number one, to fully, totally demystify home renovations so that you can do them yourself, to teach you. Now, for whatever reason, if you don't want to tackle the renovations yourself, maybe the ladder's not quite tall enough to reach the second story eaves trough, or maybe you simply just do not have the time. That's fine, no problem. We will advocate for you and we will teach you the behind the scenes work, what's involved, and most importantly, how to find the right contractor for you and your home. Not any contractor, but the right one for you and your home. Now, unlike reality television, today's host is actually licensed. Not only one, but two. The master, building repair, and the contractor portion. Why is licensing so critical? Well, I can go on for hours, but I won't. Scan the QR code on your screen. That'll bring you to our database with dozens of interviews regarding the ins and outs, everything from A to Z that involves licensing, contractors, renovations, you and your home. You can learn everything from there. Now, regarding a two-way street, yes, the Just Ask Bob Show is interactive. Reach out to our website, justaskbob.com, find our submit form, fill in what your questions are or complaints against your current contractor, somebody you may have hired and you have issues with, or simply request DIY knowledge. And your question may be answered on this very program. Either way, whether we have time or not, I will personally respond to every one of your emails. Speaking of emails, that's what precipitates today's home improvement program. This is from Laura in Burlington, Ontario. Hello, Bob. I had a plumber provide me with an estimate to replace my shower's faucet cartridge. Very, very expensive, and I'm on a tight budget. Can you please do one of your teaching shows on this repair? Thank you so much. Thank you, Laura, for the wonderful question. And yes, we do have a program today which will teach you how to install a shower cartridge to replace the leaking one in your Moen faucet. Easily save you $200 or $300. Before we get to our installation for the faucet cartridge, let's have a look at a variety of faucets from a couple of our R job sites. Here we have a kitchen faucet, stainless steel, gorgeous finish with a pull-out spout. Next, we have a waterfall design, satin nickel, another beauty. A black finish, matte black, Moen faucet. Scan the QR code on your screen to watch us install a very similar faucet in chrome. We show you the tools, the supplies, the materials, and each step of the installation so that you can do it yourself at home. And finally, now we have a tub deck mount faucet. Scan the QR code on your screen to watch this one. We had from a decade ago, we have an installation video where we did a repair. Follow us on social media. The Just Ask Bob show is everywhere on social media. Now, stay tuned. After break, I will be personally jumping in the truck and visiting the homeowners at the job site to help take care of this shower faucet cartridge.
Hamilton is a city best understood from the street, and today we're seeing it from the front seat. Join me as we ride along with Police Chief Frank Bergen to talk leadership, public safety, and the city he has spent a career serving. Buckle up.
These days at your local Legion, we're marching to the beat of a different drum. On a mission to support veterans, to have fun, and to welcome everyone to our ranks. You don't have to be a veteran to join the Legion. And as a member, you'll join thousands of others serving our veterans, our communities, and our country. Oh yeah, and our Member Perks program will save you thousands on shopping, dining, products, and services across the country. Join us at legion.ca.
I'm Rudy Walls, host of Hamilton's Vital Signs, a show where we talk about the many aspects of community life that make our city vibrant and inclusive, and a show where we talk about the many challenges that we collectively face. If you want to take a look, tune in Tuesdays at 7:30.
Here we have a perfect DIY project for you, the homeowner, to replace the cartridge on this faucet. The cartridge is the brains of the faucet, usually the only component to fail besides your finishes, but if you're buying Moen, even the finish is guaranteed for life on some of their product lines. Alternatively, if you hire a contractor, a plumber or a general contractor, you're looking at anywhere from $200 to $300 in labor to have this cartridge replaced. You can do that yourself with a few simple tools and in less than half an hour if things go well. Alternatively, again, if you do hire out, at least by knowing what's involved, having it demystified, knowing what's going on, what the repair entails, that'll help you hire the right contractor for you and your home. Now, first thing you're going to need is the cartridge. Here's the cartridge. Any big box store, if you tell them you've purchased your faucet from there, most times they won't even ask you for a receipt. They'll give you the cartridge. Or you contact Moen and they'll give you the cartridge. The cartridge is warranted for life, free replacements to you, the homeowner. That's why, again, always try to buy Moen. It's good to have some plumbing grease. The grease is important. We'll show you where it goes. Screwdriver with all the adjustable, changeable bits. Needle nose pliers. Little Allen key wrench for the screw that holds the handle. A scraping tool to get off some of the caulking. And also a knife, sharp blade to get off the caulking. That's it. That's all you need. And you've saved yourself anywhere from $200 to $300. Let's get at it now. Step one, remove the handle. It's coming off nicely. Sometimes if it's stuck, you'll have to spray some WD-40 on it and even let it sit overnight. So I would try this the day before. And if it's really stuck, lubricate it, spray it. There it is. You don't want to lose that. And please work, when you're cutting the crooked overcharging contractor out of the equation, it's your home, it's your bathtub. Cover up the ledge so you can put your tools down. Most of these tools are metal. You don't want to scratch the finish of the tub. Work carefully, work smart, protect the area, protect the surroundings. That's off. We've got one screw in the center. It's a Phillips. Set that aside safely. Now we've got two screws that hold the circular plate to the wall. You want to spin these off. Get it out about an inch. And then it's easy now. You can twist it off with your fingers. They're very long screws because they thread into the brass valve that's right behind the wall.
That was off camera when you held it up.
Okay. Same thing again. A little easier to get it off by hand. It's very important as homeowners, you eliminate fear. Get rid of the fear factor. I find everybody's afraid to fix anything, whether it's a shower cartridge, a toilet. There's the bolt. Try it. Worst case scenario, you break something, you replace it. It's still a lot cheaper than hiring a contractor, and you learn. You wouldn't want to believe how many things I've broken in my time. Now, this is loose. However, it won't come off. It's caulked on. I don't know how well you can see it at home, but it's definitely got caulking on it. So we're going to get the knife. We're going to cut very gently. I'm being very, very careful to keep the blade in the exact corner so as to not scratch the plate and so as to not scratch the tile. You have to be very controlling, very careful. Very, very carefully. All right, close it up. Now let's try. Let's take our screwdriver, put on a flat bit. Let's get some prying action going. There we go. Let's set that aside. Now, the scraper. I love these tools. I absolutely love them. They come in multiple sizes, a variety of sizes. You can pick them up at any big box store. The point of these tools is the type of plastic used here is what's called sacrificial. It will sacrifice itself before it damages the tile, before it damages the coating on your tub, before it damages a quartz countertop or granite countertop, or before it damages most surfaces. So it will do its job. It'll wear itself out, sacrifice itself in order to protect your home's finishes. You see our ring here? Actually, I should have grabbed the new one out of my shop. This one's been sacrificed quite a bit. It's not even straight. But I want you at home to really focus in here. Look at that. Look at that caulking peel away. Nice. Let's keep going. Oh, and may I also tell you, that plumber contractor that's going to charge you $200 to $300 to change the cartridge, he's not bringing a scraping tool. I absolutely guarantee you he's going to leave the old caulking behind and he's going to caulk right over it. Why? Because, like I say, he's what you call the crooked and overcharging contractor. He doesn't care. If you bother him about it, I've heard at times they mouth back to the homeowner and they say, we're a plumber. We're not here to do caulking. Do your own caulking after we're done. Over the years, I've done window installation episodes. You do not caulk over caulking. You remove the existing, and then you apply and you clean, and then you apply and you caulking. You don't leave that and then put it on again and then just do a double big beat over it. That's not good workmanship. It's not right. But again, most plumbers will say, we're here to do the plumbing, sir, ma'am. We're not here to do caulking. But that, I don't agree with that. I don't buy that. To do a proper job, the caulking is just as important as the plumbing work for the cartridge. If you don't caulk it, you're going to get water behind. The water will get in there, and the water will start to rot the wall assembly from the backside forward. All right, there we go, nice and clean. All the old caulking gone. Now you can't see it obviously, but there's a drain here in the bathtub. I've stuffed the drain, closed it, sealed it. We don't want caulking falling in. We don't want Allen key falling in. We don't want anything blocking the drain. Now we have a piece of chrome here, chrome flange. Slide that off. There we go. That's the cartridge. That's the locking pin. Finally, we have it exposed. This is the heart and soul of the faucet. This is the cartridge. I don't know if you can see it at home, but there's an H on the left and there's a C on the right. Those stampings are important because always in plumbing, the cold is on the right, the hot is on the left. So when you install the replacement unit, you want to make absolutely certain you've got a C on the right and an H on the left. Now this is locked in place with a pin. We're going to pull the pin out. Please remember to reinstall the pin. I know of cases where homeowners and even contractors forgot to reinstall the locking pin. They put everything back together, they turn on the faucet, and the cartridge just blasts itself out from the water pressure. It just shoots right out. Cause a lot of damage that way, a lot of damage. Set that aside so we don't lose it. Okay, now there are two ways to take the cartridge out. There is hopefully what's going to be the easy way with traditional tools. And then Bob also packed a secret weapon today. So we're going to show you that secret weapon. But first, let's try it the simple way. So the simple way will be, again, with the needle nose pliers. So you want to really squeeze it. Rotate to the left, right, left, right. Oops. Pinch it again. Left, right, pinch it again, wiggle it. There we go. Heart and soul of the faucet, the Moen cartridge. Remember, they're directional. When you put them in, just like how it was originally, the C on the right, the H on the left. Now we're going to do this again for a reason. Let's put it back in. It is very rare, but there are times when you can't get it out with this tool. You can't get it out with either linesman or needle nose pliers. In that case, you're going to use the secret weapon. This is made by Moen. Other manufacturers make them. You can pick them up for less than $50. It is a cartridge removal tool. If you see on the end, it has these two stems that stick out. and then it's hollow in the center. That's where the stems go. And it pinches it and it turns it. So let's give it a try. It's very important to understand that for a right reason, the water's off right now. We've got the main supply off to the home. You're going to thread it on, and you want to get it to pinch in there and pull. Method number 2. The main supply wasn't off. This would have shot out like a bullet. And of course, I'd also be soaked. And let's get our new one out. Here's the new unit. Now, we talked about the grease earlier. It's very important to grease the rubber seals. Not any grease, plumber's grease. All you need is a little bit. And you want to grease the black O-rings. The one black O-ring and the ones on the sides. And again, a little goes a long way. These are already greased from the factory, and this hasn't been used. So a little bit of grease is all you need. And like we said, you have to make sure it goes in the right way, the right orientation. Hot and cold, that's the orientation. Slide it in. Now, we talked about the pin earlier. Slide it in from the top. There's 2 grooves here. And you're going to feel on the bottom. You want to make sure the pins come through at the bottom, or else it hasn't bottomed out. You hear that snap? And I feel on the bottom it came through. Or else you're going to have a false sense of security. If it hasn't locked in, you're in trouble. There you have it. Less than 20 minutes of your time. Some simple hand tools, with the exception of the special tool or key to pull out the cartridge valve. But like I said, a plumber or contractor is going to charge you $200 to $300. 20 minutes. You save that money. Bank it. Reinvest it. And buy the best tools and materials for your home's next project. What we have now, and we're going to work at massive speed here. Get this all back together so we can get in the basement, power the water back on, and we've got a very important tip for you while we're in the basement relating to the home's master water shutoff valve. We don't have time for the caulking today, but please don't forget the caulking. You've seen all the effort. We scraped all the old off. We're going to apply a brand new bead of caulking around the perimeter. 100% quality, clear silicone.
Our city is full of ambitious entrepreneurs, innovative businesses, and gritty journeys. Curious about who's building, what they're building, and how they're building it in your backyard? Join Buzzworthy on Cable 14 and cable14.com every Thursday at 6 p.m.
Unbelievable.
You have a jacuzzi?
Absolutely.
For everything home rental, follow us on social media. Bob's pro tip, planning a vacation, first, find the water meter in your home's basement, follow the water meter up to the shut-off valve. Turn the shut-off off, and then flush a single toilet. Now you've bled the system. This will prevent a flood, a catastrophic flood in your home while you're away, because the water is off. I hope you enjoyed the program. I hope you enjoyed the renovation. Beautiful, easy to learn DIY project for the next time you have an issue with one of your faucets. Now we have a segment here called Bob's Top Picks and Bewares. Why Bob's? Because I come with over 35 years experience. Draw from my experience and learn from it. My top pick is the Moen. Moen is a faucet that you can trust. Moen is a faucet that will stand the test of time. Please always buy high quality. Now we have a Bob's Beware. Sorry, I'm not a fan. Not a fan at all of these faucets or pretty well anything that's not a Moen. Now you may save some money. Yes, you will save some money initially, but that's not going to last. And what's going to happen? You're going to spend double the money in the end. It is not worth it to cheap out. Not worth it at all. Quick shout out before I forget. Heartfelt thank you to John Best of the Bay Observer for continuing now on our second season with carrying our newsletter in his beautiful publication of the Bay Observer. Speaking of the newsletter, again, visit our site, justaskbob.com. Visit the site, subscribe to our newsletter for a chance to win one of 4 $50 Home Depot gift cards. Our newsletter is a continuation of this program where we do our best to answer all your questions. We have proudly the largest home improvement database on the net, hands down, at justaskbob.com. You want to talk radio? You want to listen to learn? The Just Ask Bob radio show from 2 former stations. You want to read to learn? We have Just Ask Bob DIY columns, over 10 years of them. You want to watch and learn? We have 10 seasons of these episodes where we have demystified just about everything, not once, but twice to 3 times, from the foundation to the rooftop. That is what's important. Get a hold of us, very, very easy. JustAskBob.com or pick up the phone. 289-649-0196. Again, that's 289-649-0196. Thank you.
Oh, hey there, my name is Steven Sobot, and I'm your host for Breaking Pack, the show that opens up the latest and newest trading cards to see what we can find inside these boxes. From Pokemon to Magic the Gathering to hockey or other sports to whatever other card game I get my hands on. Catch us on Mondays at 8:30 p.m. Check out Breaking Pack here on Cable 14 to quench your thirst for cardboard addiction.
I seen your help wanted sign.
Hamilton is a city best understood from the street, and today we're seeing it from the front seat. Join me as we ride along with Police Chief Frank Bergen to talk leadership, public safety, and the city he has spent a career serving. Buckle up. This is Mavericks.
Mavericks is brought to you in part by HuPeg, the Hamilton Urban Precinct Entertainment Group, home of TD Coliseum, First Ontario Concert Hall, and the Hamilton Convention Center. And Leuna, proudly supporting thousands of Hamilton's skilled workers, families, and communities. Because building a stronger city starts with investing in the people who call it home. Guests on Mavericks will receive a watch courtesy of Lock & King, where watches are designed with Canadian spirit and built with Hamilton grit. For more information, go to lockandking.ca.
Hamilton is a city with a largely forgotten history of innovation and prosperity. The first city to have electricity in wide use. Canada's foundry, its manufacturing heartland. But no longer. We're now a city between opportunities, where nothing comes easy. A city in search of a new identity. Now more than ever, our city's future is in the hands of its innovators and disruptors. Change agents with grit. Hamilton's Mavericks.
Good afternoon, Lou. How are you doing?
Constable for Porty reporting for duty, Frank.
Oh, excellent. Looking good. I can't wait for that. You've been watching our recruiting videos.
Oh, I have indeed.
Okay, ready to go on the road?
I'm all set.
All right, I got a vest for you. Got a ball cap. Okay, got to wear a hat when you're on the road. Let's get going, and I'm going to take you downstairs first. Let me grab my hat. Hey. What could possibly go wrong?
Legends. Legends, Frank.
Let's set our own legacy here.
This is spectacular.
Well done. Well done. Pleasure to meet you.
You guys had this lying around?
Lou, are you driving or am I driving?
No, you better drive, Frank. Can I jump across the hood? No, I better not do that.
So you ready to go, Lou?
I'm ready to hit the street, Frank. You ready to go?
I'm letting you know I don't have clearance to go in this car. I apologize. You're going to take my ride?
Reluctantly, Frank, we'll take your ride.
Okay, but you can keep the sweater.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Chief, I just want you to know that if something goes down, I'm ready to rock and roll.
Okay, all right. Then your cardio for the day?
We'll see. We'll see.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll stay in the vehicle and I'll run them. I'll teach you one day what dooring is. I'll teach you what that is.
I look forward to learning. So, 40 years. It's 40 years of policing. An astonishingly long time. It looks like you were born with that cap and mustache. Did you always want to be a cop?
No. Great. No, I didn't. And I'll just correct you. It's 44 years. I'm not going to count them. Nope. I grew up small town Waterford, Ontario, and instead of going to Western with my twin brother, I guess something had told me that I wasn't ready, that I was immature, and actually probably insecure as well about what I was going to do. Average student, not the guy who felt it had the capacity to do university. So I went into the funeral business, and then the funeral business took me to Tilsonburg. I did that for about a year and a half and absolutely loved it, to the point then that I was going to shift to go to Humber College in Toronto. And because I had no money, I ended up getting a job in a funeral home in Toronto. And to make more money, then started doing body removals. And then my third job was making muffins at Young and Lord. And it was one evening at a body removal with cops talking, because they were there and had done their investigation. A copper just said they thought about being a cop, and I hadn't. And he said, I think he got the parts. So I started working out in the funeral home, starting to get in my running, because you have to qualify and do some prep tests, they call it now. And I stumbled into police, absolutely stumbled into policing, then got a job with Toronto and ended up working in 52 Division. It's 1982.
Let me get this straight. You went from undertaker to sheriff.
Undertaker. Yeah, I guess if I'd had a furniture store, I would have had everything covered for me. Yep, absolutely.
So 36 years in Toronto.
Yep. Great time. Great place to be a police officer. And then really got to a point where it was looking at a retirement plan, and the deputy job got posted for Hamilton, and I thought, I'll try.
What was it about policing in Toronto that you were able to use in Hamilton?
Well, a couple of things I think it balances. I had reached the rank of staff superintendent, and I really had, I had such a great time in Toronto. But I also always saw myself as a uniformed cop. I had specialized functions that I was in, but at the same time, I always went back to being a uniformed cop. And what was appealing is I had lived in Hamilton since 1989, so I commuted. I was the commuter. And really, when I got to that point, it struck me when I got the job. It really actually resonated, because it was to serve and protect in partnership with your community. And Hamilton was my community, so it worked for me.
Now, there are a few professions that are subject to as much public scrutiny as policing. Is there a criticism of policing that you think is unfair, and is there a criticism of policing that I think is helpful?
Yeah, criticism for the sake of criticism